Okay, I don't see anything. Don't show nothing.
Oh, tap the screen. Tap the screen. Tap down here.
Don't do,
Okay, and then do. Oh, tap it again.
don't do nothing, babe.
I'm not.
Hey. Hey, what's going on? Papa Jojo here. Time for a cup of Jojo. That's me. I just wanted to just chatting. Just wanted to see how y'all were doing. Got a little bit of a got a new iPad. Something different. My wife wanted. We wanted to do something different. A little bit of a. I don't know. Yesterday we. I haven't been. I'm back. I'm back, baby. You wanted me back? Oh, I'm back. Yeah, I think I'm back. I think y'all know where that's from. Anyway, I I have been away for a week. I've been I was out. Uh, I had been sick. I hadn't been feeling good. I had been I had had a fever. Had sinuses that didn't help. Uh, it just hadn't been just had been a good thing for me. I've been feeling hadn't been feeling good. So uh, I had been crazy part. We had been wanting to cut my 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 father-in-law's yard for. We're supposed to go out there last. What's the day? Today's Thursday. What's the day? Thursday.
It's
Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. I was supposed to go out there on Friday or last Saturday, I think. And it started out going out there on Friday, then Saturday, but man, I had been feeling so bad. And anyway, we didn't go. And then uh, we decided to go to yesterday. And uh, I guess I wanted to talk about me personally. I want to talk about uh, family. Uh, Making memories, so to speak. It's so crazy that our kids grow up so fast. Our mom and dads. I don't have my mom and dad. My mom and dad have passed away quite a few years ago. They were married for 63 years. Uh, my dad passed away first, and then my mom passed away uh, 10 years later. About yeah, yeah. It was hard, but I I have so many memories of my parents. Good memories of my dad fishing, showing me how many things I did wrong. But all in all, it was the way we were growing up. We grew up learning how to do things, and that uh, my his favorite word to me was "hijito" in Spanish. Son, oh boy, what's wrong with you? And how come he can't get this right? But it wasn't that he was doing it in a bad way or anything like that. He was, I guess, he was setting me up for, how do I tell you? I guess, how do I say it? For, I guess, manhood or growing up to learn how to do things around the house. I guess just to do things, just to do it the right way. And yesterday, my father-in-law had back surgery, and that man, oh my God, he is so stubborn that I have to go, and I have my mother-in-law. I love her. I have no problem with my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law and I get along so well. Uh, People. freak out. How do you get along with your mother-in-law? I don't know. I just do. I just get along. But I'm very forward, and she freaks out on that because she's like, nope, nope. You should do this. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's just the way it is. That's just the way I am. And well, I don't know why. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. This is the way I do things, and and we have that little laughing. And I tell her, I said, "Are you mad at me, Mom?" No, I just don't understand. Well, it's nothing to understand, Mom. That's just the way I am. I do things one way, and you know, my mom couldn't tell me what to do after a while. I mean, not that she couldn't. It's just that I had my set standards, and I was a lot like my dad. And growing up is not saying that, oh, I'm exactly like my dad. It's just that I have ways. My dad taught me to be my own man. That's what I loved about growing up and being my own person. I just teach that to my son. I tell my wife, I say, Christian, I want him to be his own person. Yes, I tell him and I advise him, or I give him some advice. And yesterday we were talking about going to college, and we were talking about how kids grow up and they're so good at sports, and they're so good at, I want to be a football player, I'm going to go to college, I'm going to do this. And all of a sudden, they graduate from high school and they never go. They're great at football, they're great at baseball, they're great at all the sports in high school, but they never go into college. And I'm always asking myself, why aren't these kids in college? Why ain't. And I can't say it, and I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm just asking the question of, if your dream was to play football in college, why didn't you pursue it, or at least go get the education and apply for. There's so many ways to get grants and loans and different things. You ain't have to pay for it. I mean, you might have to work. You might have to go get a steady job to go part time to college. College is not just for 4 years, and then sometimes it may take 6, 7 years to finish school, because nowadays you have to, maybe I have to work part time, I have to do this. And depending where you live, you don't have to live in the dorm. You don't have to do that anymore. You can if you want to, but I'm gonna tell you right now, college life dorm is not what it's cracked up to be. Hey, it's not. It's just not. It's like military life. I mean, it's a great life, it's a wonderful life, but it's exhausting. It's tiring. It's a 24/7 deal that you have to deal with all the time. But in the military, you have discipline, and if you mess up, you pay for it. In college, you mess up, mom and dad come in, they pay, they do whatever, they take you out of jail, they take you, whatever you do wrong, they try to fix it. In the military, there ain't no mom and dad that come in and I'm gonna take care of it. No, military takes care of it, and you either get kicked out, or you get uh, what they call uh, uh, you lose rank, and then you get extra duty with 14 days, 30 days. Which that could mean you get half pay out of your check. Ain't no questions. There's nothing. You get 60 days, 30 days, 60, 6 months. And I saw people in the military lose their marriage because they got 6 months extra duty, where you work every single day for that, and then you get half pay taken away from you monthly.
Eve
Half
says
pay.
hi. She's on the stream.
Hey Eve, how you doing? Uh, I can't see anything here,
It popped up, but it disappeared.
but I can't see it.
I know it did. I saw it, but it
Yes, I
disappeared.
know, but it doesn't show here.
It disappeared. I don't know why it disappeared.
Well,
Okay.
you're the tech girl, so
I know, but I
okay.
just
Well,
go ahead.
I don't know what's going on. My wife got this iPad, so I don't know.
See if it'll let
She
me.
can, yeah, but I don't know. She's gonna come in and try to fix something real quick.
Go ahead and keep talking. They can hear you.
But
They can still see you. So keep
Well,
talking.
she can still. They say you can still see me. Go ahead,
Yeah.
do it.
But
Go ahead.
keep
It's
talking.
okay. My wife's coming in and trying to fix something. It's a new iPad, so she's trying to find. She's trying to find ways. Why don't you come around so you can fix it instead of trying to? She's trying to roll over the dog. Poor Zuski. It's okay. Anyway, so we're talking about that you can in the military. You lose rank. You get extra duty. You get and yeah, I got I got 7 days extra duty. I I did something and I got into it with the major and it was the best thing that I did, but I got in it with the major and my first sergeant gave me 7 days. So the crazy thing is that I had to paint. Uh, you muted it when
My
you
bad.
touched it.
My bad.
Good job. This is my tech girl. I might have to find a new tech woman. I
Sorry.
might have to find a new tech.
My big
Yeah,
fingers.
yeah. Well, she
Yes.
just wants to
So
come
you
out.
can mute it. I didn't even know you could mute it.
Yeah.
You can
Well,
mute
you
that.
see, this is. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure if you. I am not sure if you are talking to us or pizza. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm back. No, I was talking to her. I was talking to y'all, but pizza muted with her little stubby little finger. She touches every. She likes to. I'm not touching you, but she likes to touch everything. But no, I was talking about my dad being so strict. He was just like military, and uh, he had. I wanted to give feedback just in case. Thank you. I appreciate that. Uh, One thing about my dad, he always used to say when we got older and we got out of the house and we came back, like when I came back from the military, I had already had my divorce. I had already by myself. He used to tell us, even though we were already older and we were we were men or we were young women or young, my sisters or my brother. He would tell us, he goes, I don't tell you that you have to stay in the house, and I don't tell you that you can't leave. But if you stay, you go, you abide by my rules, which I understood. There was no smoking, there was no drinking, and that's just what his rules were because that was his house. And you had to respect that because that's my dad. You respected his house, you respected his rules. But I love that he always said that, hey, you don't have to, if you don't, in other words, you don't like my rules, you don't have to stay here. But if you do stay here, you abide by my rules. And, when I got out of the military, I mean, I stayed with my mom and dad for a while until I came over here to Harlingen. Uh, it was a little over 2 hours away when I came to school here. And that's when I met my, my pizza here. And, his, history in the making now. I mean, I'm here, but anyway, when I did get my extra duty, back to that story, I painted yellow lines where we parked in the parking lot for 7 days because I argued with the major, and like I said, there's always consequences to your actions, and I argued with them, but it wasn't a bad argument. Now there's some people, that you do things and you get caught, you go to military jail, and they don't mess around, you know. But anyway, we're talking about memories. I mean, getting back to the other stuff. Yesterday, we went to go mow my father-in-law's. Oh my God, he's so stubborn. But we went to go mow his lawn, and I saw my son getting on the riding lawnmower. And it's a different riding lawnmower than what we have. Not too different, but a little bit different. So we have to learn the little buttons a little bit again. And my father-in-law is about 5'6". He's shorter than both of us, so that seat is it's a little closer. And my son, he's up there 6'1", 6'2", but he gets in the lawnmower and he starts driving. But it's not so much him cutting the grass; it's just so much me being out there with him and him telling me, "Get out, don't worry about it, Dad. I got this." And me watching him cutting the grass, and it's just one of those things that he's asking me, "Hey, Dad, do I do it this way? Do I do it that way? How do I come around this?" And once he got the hang of it again, because he's used it before. He's used ours. He hasn't used his grandpa, his popos, as he called him. He was worried that his grandfather was going to get mad the way he cut it, and grandpa had to tell him, "Don't worry about it, Christian. You're doing me a favor. You just cut the grass, and please, don't worry about it." So grandpa had to go inside because he was making him nervous, and then all of a sudden he just went at it. And he didn't. Grandpa has cameras all over his house, so he was watching him do it from the inside. But as I watched him, in my mind, I was watching him, and it was just a memory that had embedded into my brain, into my file cabinet in my head, that this is such a good memory that I remember my dad teaching me his riding lawnmower, that he would never let anybody else ride other than myself. Not because he didn't trust anybody to cut his grass. My dad had a certain way that you go up, you go down, you come around, and over here you turn around the tree a certain way, you turn around this area. And I was telling my son how to turn around the tree and how to do this, and he cut practically all the yard. The way what I got on the lawnmowers, that I cut around where the cars were, because I didn't want anything flying and hitting his truck or my mother-in-law's car. I didn't want any damage to it. He was kind of nervous about that, and then I cut the outside of it, uh, the outside where the gate is at. So I cut all that area. It wasn't that much, but he cut most of it. So we both cut it together. But it was a good thing. But another thing is that we had lunch with them. We bought lunch at a Mexican restaurant. We ate fajitas. We uh, ate rice and beans and all that good stuff. And we don't have our parents for too long. I mean, we think we do, but we never know. I lost my older brother on July. I mean, in January. Uh, it was already what 4 years, 4 or 5 years, and he was 69 years old when he passed away. I know people think, well, 69 years, but it's not that 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 old. I mean, he was a Vietnam veteran, and we just never know when things like that's gonna happen. We never know when an accident's gonna happen. He had a stroke. That was just something that happened. He was working on his oil. He was checking the oil of his car and of his SUV, and my sister-in-law found him on the ground, and he lived 5 days. And I remember leaving here, driving to San Antonio, uh, and leaving Christian and Itza here because I just had to go. I had to shut down. I had to close the shop, and I was left the shop was closed for 5 days, and I had to leave. And anyway, so yesterday I'm telling you this because I feel that you need to spend time with your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your sisters, your brothers, your your son, your daughters, your grandkids. Make memories. Make the time. I've talked about making time before. Everything in life is about making time. I sometimes feel so tired. Like the past week, I haven't streamed in a week, and the reason why is because I had been feeling under the weather. I've had fever. I've had cold. I've had everything that you get when you have a cold. Uh, Running to the restroom and you know just letting it all out, and it's just been feeling headaches and things like that. It's just the normal cold, flu symptoms. Talk to the doctor and everything, antibiotic, all that good stuff. But oh, finally felt better on Monday, but not enough to, you know, had a doctor's appointment, and then yesterday, my mother-in-law was like, "Well, you don't have to come," but I felt better, but even being out in the sun, I think helped me a lot too, but a little bit. But it was so windy. Oh my, huh? I'm so glad. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I'm feeling better too. Thank you, Red. It's just one of those things that, man, I just felt so weak. I felt so bad, but it was something I needed to do. Not only because my father-in-law would come to my aid when I had back surgery, when I had my right shoulder surgery, my left shoulder surgery, my two heart procedures. That man would come over here and would ask me, "Do I need this? Do I need that? Do I?" He would just come and do things for me, for us, without any question. And he'd see my yard get high, and he'd say, "Hey, Joe, I'm gonna take your riding lawnmower. I'm gonna cut your grass." I said, "No, Dad, you don't have to do that." "Yeah, well, we're gonna do that before it gets too high." So he would do that, and we're just trying, and he has that saying. He goes, "Oh, that's what families do." And I call him Dad, and that's because he's the only dad I have left. He's not. He's the only dad that I have left now. So, and then Mom, she's my only mom. So it's just hard. It's just hard to imagine sometimes people not wanting to make uh, memories with your children, uh, just to visit with them, just to say hi. You could tell her eyes were just, and her smile and her just beautiful green eyes. Oh my God, my mother-in-law has the most beautiful green eyes, and she always thought that maybe her one of her grandchilds would have green eyes, and I said no, none of them came out with green eyes, but she has the most beautiful green eyes, and my father-in-law is just her and my father-in-law have been married for so many years, and oh man, they crack me up because they're just, oh my god, they, one says this, one says that, and I just laugh at them. They go, you remind me so much of my mom and dad. They bicker at each other, but yet they can't be without each other. I always look at her and say, well, why don't you just leave? Why don't you just come live with us, and dad can stay with the house? And I'll tell dad, why don't you just come with us, and mom can stay with the house? Oh, I can't leave her, and I can't, joking around. It's obviously I'm just joking with them. Oh no, she needs me. Oh no, he needs me, and I'm like, oh my god. My turn. What did she say?
She said,
I didn't.
yeah, I went so quick.
I hope you can fix it where it can stay longer.
I know, I need to figure that out.
Anyway.
Mine turned green around 4. I am hoping Alice's turned green too.
Oh, that would be good. Oh man, I love women that have green eyes. I mean, Ita always tells me, I'm surprised that
With me.
you didn't marry a woman that had green eyes. I said, no, I just think women that have green eyes are beautiful women, and and not because it's you, Red, but I think women with red hair and green eyes are gorgeous. They're just beautiful women. I've never really seen you, but I think that women that have green eyes are just beautiful women. I don't why my mom was a redhead. She didn't have green eyes, but she had those hazel type. In the light, she had like a hazel eye. If my eyes, when my wife says that when I'm outside, my eyes turn in the like a light brown hazel color. I don't know. I don't look in my eye. I can't see my eyes, so I don't know. You know, I can't tell you.
I can't see my own eyes. That would be weird if you could.
But Ita tells me that. But uh, I'm not. But I have some nephews that have the lighter eyes, the lighter brownish, the real hazel type, the just the light brown eyes. It's wicked. And then I have a nephew that has a spot of like a white, like reddish white hair, just a spot. It's like a birthmark
She
on
said,
his hair. Then bam, at 4 I got what?
green eyes and the red started to show up. All my
Yeah.
baby pictures look like the kid on the Little Debbie snack boxes.
Oh my God.
That's cute.
So you're the one that made the Debbie snacks. Yeah, it's just crazy, Red. I mean, it's crazy that, yeah, and I don't know. It's just one of those things. And Ita always tells me, I'm surprised you didn't marry a woman with green eyes. I said, I don't know. I just always think that women, I look at the eyes. Me, I'm a guy that looks at the eyes first. I mean, I don't know. That's just the way I am. Uh, I just think women with green eyes are very, very beautiful. It's just about me. But anyway, I mean, just making memories is just, I think it's awesome. I mean, I know you talked about Atlas getting his first bed. That's a beautiful bed, beautiful. It's a great feeling that he went from his crib to a big boy bed now, and let him take his time. Those Keep those memories in your heart, and you're gonna have the best time because by the time you know it, girl, we're gonna be talking about Atlas being in school, and you and Anita are gonna be crying about it because I know that somebody peeled onions when Christian went to the kindergarten. I don't know what happened. I must have been cooking that day because somebody was peeling onions. Oh my God! And then I used to go pick him up because Ita was working at the school, so I'd have to go pick him up.
Yeah.
And then he would the first we just lived down the street. I mean, I'm talking 2 blocks, right? Just we live here, the school's here. I mean, just you can see the school from our driveway.
Who's cutting onions?
And
You said, who's cutting
yeah,
onions?
I don't know. It's just like, oh man, it was like I wanted to be that that guy, but I didn't want to get arrested. That guy that was looking through the window of the school going, "You okay, Christian? Everything cool?" But I thought, man, they're gonna catch me for what the heck are you doing here? I thought, man, I'm gonna be arrested if I stay here. Man, I just thought, here I am walking over there so I can, so I could pick him up from school, and we were walking back home. And then it was the hardest thing when he said, when he was in what, fourth grade, and he wanted to walk home.
Oh, Atlas said hi because he heard his name on the stream.
Hi, Atlas. How you doing, buddy? It's my
Oh,
fishing buddy right there. How you doing, man? I hope you're doing okay. Hope you love your bed.
that's so cute.
Uh, I think when Christian started asked us if that he wanted to walk home, man, that was like, I don't know, man. But you know, I was right there, and he walked home with his friends. They had a bunch of friends that lived down the street from us. The houses. And the thing was that he dropped one of his friends was the first house, second house, third house, and he was the last guy. But of course, I was right there in the middle of the street watching them all come home, and all the moms and dads, all of us were just watching them walk home, and we were all like, "You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. You okay? Yeah, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay." Ita was like, "Yeah, I'm okay." So Ita would get off before, almost before Christian would get out of school at that time to get off early. But it was just crazy. It was just like, oh my god. And then right before he got to fifth grade. That's when we opened the. We were in the shop already, and Nitsa stopped working at the school, so we were doing the shop, and we would take turns. Well, she would go pick him up, or she would wait at the house, and he'd walk home, and it was like, oh man, but great memories. It was just, and being having memories like that, just thinking about things. And I I remember my older brother. Every time we see him, it was the every time he saw me, it was like, "Hey, little brother. Hey, little brother. Hey, what's up, big brother?" That was our thing. That was mine and his thing all the time. And our baby brother Michael, he kind of felt like, you and George always talk about little brother. He goes, "Well, you're our little brother too, bro. I mean, don't." And he get a kind of left out, but it wasn't that. It was just that George and I would always hang out. Michael didn't want to hang out with us. We were always, and George was 17 years older than I was, and so he was like 22 years older than my brother Michael. Michael was a baby of the family, but Michael was always doing other stuff. Me and George and I were always we were always playing ball together. We were always in sports, talking sports. Michael was a mechanic. Not that, I mean, that's a great thing, but he always had other interests. So every time we tried, "Hey, Mike, you want to come?" "Nah, I don't want to do that." "Oh, okay." So George and I were always doing something else, but we were, "Hey, little brother, what's going on?" "Hey, what's going on?" And it was like, well, okay, well, you don't want to talk. Eventually, we did, but my brother and I, George, would always hang out. When I was working in Corpus, he worked at the base, at the naval base there. So every Thursday, I'd go to the naval base, and him and I would go, and we would go eat lunch together. And people say, "Well, how'd you get to base?" "Well, I was retired military, so I had my ID, so I would go in the base, and we would fight to see who was going to pay for lunch." That's crazy, and that's the thing that we would laugh at because we would the people the people that work with him would be like, "So who's gonna pay for lunch today?" I said, I'm paying for it." And so we would talk to the waiter or the waitress, and we'd say, "Hey, give me the check so I can pay for it." So my brother would say, "I'm going to the restroom." I said, "No, no, you're not. You sit." And we would argue who's gonna pay for lunch, and it was just, now I think about it, and it was the best time that him and I would have. So what I'm saying to you is that remember those precious
Oh,
moments
okay.
because
It goes so fast. And they leave you. They're gone.
in a blink of an eye, they're gone. My mom and dad, my mom, oh my God, she was a kidder. Little short Italian, that Mexican woman that, man, she was a trip. She was one of them women that, oh man, she'd tell you straight out, and she had no, what's that word? She, she just, not that she didn't care, it's just that she was very forward, and sometimes it came out very harsh. But now I think about it, and it was like that's how she was raised. That's how they were back in the days. I mean, she was born in 1927. My dad was born in 1928. A few months later, she was born in November. He was born in January. And my grandmother, my mom's mom, and my mom's dad and mom, they were born in 1800. They were born in, I think, in 1880. My mom's mom was born in 1889, and my grandfather was born in 1887, something like that. And then my dad's dad and then mom were born in the 1880s also. And I mean, it just things like that that you want to keep remember so you can pass it down to your kids and tell them how important it is. I was talking to Itza last night about uh, how how important it was because I was, like I was saying, when we're cutting the grass, and it's just a memory that Kristen and I made, and it reminded me of my mom, of my dad and myself, and hopefully that'll, when if he ever has kids, if he ever gets married and has kids, the same thing will happen with him. He'll have kids. It's important. It's important to keep your memories alive and keep everything that you do, you know, because sometimes we seem to forget. We get so caught up in life sometimes. And yes, I know, I understand. We have to pay bills. We have to live. We have to make sure everything is we have to put food on the table. We have to, our bosses want this, our bosses want that. Or if you have your own business, our businesses they demand so much. They demand we got to do this. They demand we got to do that. Believe me, I understand. I know. I even as a retired person, we still have to pay our bills. It doesn't come easy. You still have to make sure that you don't overspend, that you have enough money to pay for the house, for the electricity, for the water, for the everything, all the bills, all the utilities, everything like that. It's stressful, man. I get it. I know it's an everyday thing that you have to worry about. Where's the next paycheck coming from? I mean, I understand that, and I know. I mean, if I had to, yes, I would, and I hope I don't have to. But if I ever have to, I'd have to. I'd go back to work. I mean, the only bad thing is that you'd have to find a way to get back into working, and I would. What's past?
Because I was testing it. Hold on, let me
Oh,
try something. I figured out how to change it to make it so much
Okay, go ahead. She's figured something out, so
Let
she's
me
gonna
do something
figure
real
out.
quick. Sorry, guys.
Okay, sorry.
Uh,
She's trying to do something here. She's trying to figure something out.
Where's the one that you pushed?
What's that? Shadowy folk?
Oh, that's when they followed you. You can still see it here.
Okay.
But there's a way.
Alright, she's trying to figure something out. Just bear with her.
Oh yeah, it's here. It's live actions. And you go up here and you reload widgets. Okay. Phew.
No worries.
So let's see if that stays.
That's fine. There you go. Just leave it like that.
No. Dang it. Okay.
It stayed longer than normal.
But yeah, it's not supposed to go away. I have it set to.
I'm getting the kiddo dressed to get some sunshine in the backyard. That's cool.
Oh, nice.
I understand. So I will be away from I guess the keyboard,
Yeah.
for a minute. That's fine. I understand. That'll work. Yeah, but it stays a little longer though. Can at least see it for a little bit. Um, but yeah, I mean, that's something that that'll kick up and help.
That's why.
So
Let me tap save settings. That would help.
she didn't tap save settings. So
Let's see if that works now.
oh my God, I tell you, pizza's not on her game today. But then again, oh, it even tells you how long you've been on there.
Okay, it does.
Yeah, 41 minutes.
Nope, still disappeared.
You see it?
Yeah, on the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a work in progress because
Yeah.
it's a new app that we're using. It's still Twitch, but she's using another app. So she wants to use something different. It's
Because it shows you like more things, like how long you've been on. And
yeah. But I just said okay. I don't know if it's any better. I don't know if you can see me better. I don't know if you want to see me any closer than what I am. I don't know. But anyway, as long as it's okay, I think. But I did want to say I want to do this. Maybe I want to try to do it early morning. Itza will probably not be awake, so forget to even hear her voice because she never gets up early, which is understandable.
whatever.
Uh,
I was telling her how fun it was.
so we're going to. I want to do this like Monday to Friday, or at least 4 days a week, or pick Monday to Friday, or pick. Sometimes do it Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Have at least off where I get 2 or 3 days off and do it 4 days and then 2 days on and then 4 days and 2 days off and so forth. Like do it Monday, Wednesday, Thursday and then have Friday, Saturday off and do it, and then do it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday and so forth, and that way we can have different days. But anyway, but I want to do it in the morning. Maybe at 8 or 9 o'clock, probably at 8 o'clock, and do it like for 2 hours from 8 to 10. And then stream for just a couple hours just to chat. If it gets a little longer than that, that's fine. If we really get into it, we'll make it longer and we'll progress as we go along. But I want to find different things to chat about, whether it's cooking, fishing, financing, just different things that you want to talk about. It doesn't matter. If you have something you want to talk about, you can always let me know, and I can prepare for it. I can, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not perfect. I mean, I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I'm not. I don't prepare on what I want to talk about. I just talk about what I what I just talk about what I've gone through like yesterday, and then I go with that like memories and of what I've gone through. Uh, but I do like to get y'all's feedback. I mean, what y'all think. I mean, this is just something that y'all can let me know. Y'all can also follow me on my Twitch. I'd like to thank anybody. Thank you, Eve, Eve, Red. I call her Red. Uh, Appreciate y'all coming by just to let me know, just to watch and all that good stuff. Did it show? Nope, didn't show.
I know it didn't make it show in the chat.
Nope.
What's wrong with the...
See, I don't understand this.
It's not that. It's this.
Oh.
It should have showed up here in my chat anyways. The
Oh.
little extension. Is not
Okay.
working.
Anyway,
I have to figure it out.
like I said, it's a work in progress. This is something new that my wife wanted me to try. If this doesn't work, I'll just go back to the other. I don't know what this is called. What is this?
Streamlabs.
Oh, it's Streamlabs. So this is what we're trying. It's still Twitch, but we're doing Streamlabs. I don't know. She wanted to try it. It's supposed to be easier. I don't know where the easy is. So, what about Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays? Hey, that sounds good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. That way you can break in. You can get a break in the week too. Yeah. See, that's what I was thinking. I had Ita and I had talked about that too. Because that way, I still want to do it for a couple hours, and then I still want to stream my other games and the other games, but I want to do this. And it's amazing how my father-in-law, mother-in-law, we talked about it yesterday. Ita talked to them about it, and my father-in-law looked at me and he goes, and he knows that I've always wanted to do like a podcast and stuff like that. And he looked at me, he goes, I think that would be good. He goes, you are good at talking to people. He goes, I've seen you at your store, at your shop, and you talk to people, and people came to your shop just to talk to you. You didn't even care if they bought anything. I said, no, I didn't force people to buy anything. They would just come and I remember I had a place in the back where they could come to the back, and they would drink coffee, then they would drink tea, whatever. I'd give them a Coke. I'd have Cokes there, and I'd give them water or whatever, and I'd just give them one. I didn't. I sold them, but I would just give them away. And we would sit in the back, drink some coffee. I had a coffee pot, drink some coffee, cup of Joe, and we would sit back there. Had a little table, and we would sit back and relax, and we would just drink, and just talk about it, especially in the evening time, right before we were closed. And it was amazing how I would have people come, and I would stay there. Itza would tell me, she goes, "You gonna be there?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm here with Mike and Danny and some of the guys that came by." People would come by at 7, 8 o'clock. I was supposed to close at 6, and they'd come by at 7, 8 o'clock. Hey, you open? I say, hey, what do you need? I need some bait. Okay, yeah, come on in, man. Come through the front. The door's open, and it had a little sound where people come in. I got my cup of Joe and oh, dread. So people would come in through the door, and I would sell so much bait after 7, 8 o'clock that it got to the point to where I would just stay late because we made, we would sell my, we would sell, hey, Dragon, how you doing? So we would sell so much bait early in the morning. I would be there by 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes to sell bait, and then I'd sell bait at nighttime because so many of the fishermen would go night fishing, and the guys were like, "Hey man, I'm sorry, we're here." We'd make no, not to I'm not trying to be, but we'd make like an extra 150, maybe $300 at night I would sell out of bait, so I'd have to call the guy that would sell me bait to come in the next day. And that's not every day, but in the week I would sell out of bait within 3 4 days instead of a couple of weeks because of the nighttime. So there was times when I'd have to buy bait every once a week instead of every 3 4 weeks because fishing, especially when it start like right now, March, April, and May and June, people would go fishing for alligator gar, for katan as they call it, but for gar, and they wanted that mullet. The mullet was about maybe anywhere from 8 to 13 inches uh, long, and it was frozen mullet, or they would get the 4 to 6 inch mullet, and that was for reds, for what they call redfish, and trout, and they would go out fishing for that. So they would get that pack, and it didn't matter to me. Those were they only sold for I sold them for $4 a bag or 3 for 10. And people would say, "Man, why are you selling so cheap?" I said, "Because I buy it by the I mean, I bought them by the big old truckload. I mean, the guy would sell them to me for some very decent money, and then I'd go get it myself sometimes. Of course, it was such a hard. Wasn't easy. You have to throw the cast net, and you catch them. And if you had on a good day, I would probably make probably about 200 bags. How are you?
No, I asked her how she
Oh,
was.
so yeah. So it was one of those good times that. So anyway, my father-in-law, because of that I was talking about that story. My father-in-law told me that this would be the chat would be a good thing for him. That hopefully people would come in and listen, and I'd say, well, I want to talk about everything. I mean, almost everything. I don't want to talk about any controversial stuff. I really don't want to get. I mean, if I have to, I'll talk about it, but I really don't want to. I don't want to argue with anybody, but hey, I'm not gonna get into it with fighting. I don't want to fight with anybody, but I will. Just waking up. Why am I not surprised? Well, good morning, sunshine. Uh, but no, I mean, it's just one of those things that I really want to do this, and like she said, Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. That's a good thing, and but I want to do it like from 8. I want to start off doing it from 8 to 10. Uh, Cup of JoJo. Let's talk. You know, let's chat or let's talk. You know, uh, or just something short, and then uh, maybe I don't know. I might put a title of what we want to talk about, or I don't know. You just tell me. Y'all can give me something that y'all want to talk about. It doesn't matter. Uh, talk about life. Talk about what. Let's talk about how you feeling, and talk about what was the best vacation you have been on. Well, let's see. As a kid or as an adult.
As a kid and adult.
Well, I'm talking about
Yeah.
as a like with my parents, or because as a I guess I would say with my parents, I'd say Astroworld, and then afterwards we went to the Herman Zoo, to the Houston Zoo. But Astroworld was the one of the best vacations. We went to Houston. We went to a baseball game. We saw a baseball game. Go ahead.
No, you don't have to stop. They can see
Okay.
you. Keep
We
talking.
went to a baseball game. We saw the Houston Astros. We saw the old Houston Astros with their old Astros. Then after the Astros, we went to the Astroworld. That was the old. There's not there no more. We went to Astroworld. We went on all the rides, the roller coaster. Went to the roller coaster. We went the roller coaster. We went to all those, every roller coaster there they had. We went to all the rides, the 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 rides that had the water rides, the whole thing. Uh, this was back in the 70s. And from there we went to the Herman Zoo. And I mean it was just a blast. We had the best time. My mom, my dad, my sisters, we had, oh man, it was a blast. I remember because we went at that time. There was a it was a bake where they baked bread, Astroworld bread, and my dad bought us the little breads, and it was in a small, just a little small breads, and then little flags when we went to Astroworld. I mean to Houston, to the baseball game, and they had the little flags with the Houston Astro flags there. And then that also, my sister, the one that's real sick, Emma, the one that has cancer right now, we were sitting behind the fence. Man, that is gonna make me, so we gotta cut onions right now. But we're sitting behind the fence, and Jose Cruz was the left fielder for the Houston Astros, and all my nephews were all talking about Jose Cruz, and I looked at him and I said, "Hey, Jose, what's going on? Hey, man, that's my name. My name is Jose Cruz, and hey, can you give me a ball? Can you give me a baseball?" And Emma was the only girl with Michael, myself, my nephew Manuel, and my nephew George, and we were all together. And I looked at him and I called him over and I went, "Come here, hey Jose Cruz, come here." And I called him and I told him to come over, and he comes over, and he's number 25 for the Houston Astros at that time. He played left field. So I called him over, and he comes over, and he comes down and he says, "Hey, qué pasó? What's going on?" And I told him, I said, "Hey, yo me llamo Jose, Tocayo, come here," which means in Spanish we have the same name. I said, "Can I have a baseball?" He said, "Yeah, but move out of the way. Es para la preciosa," which is, he's looking at my sister, and he gives it to my sister, and I said, "Hey, But we laughed and we joked around, but he gave the ball to my sister because she was the only girl. And I to this day, I mean, well, I hadn't told her, but to that every day that she saw the ball, I told her, I said, "You would have never, nobody would have ever had that ball unless I called him over." And that's what my dad always used to say. He goes, "Man, you talk to everybody, don't you?" I said, "Hey, that's Jose Cruz, man. I mean, that dude can play some ball." And that was one of the best vacations that I've always remembered, because I got to talk to one of the best baseball players that the Houston Astros has ever had. And I guess it's ironic that we got that baseball in 1974 or 75. I was only 12. What? I was only 11 or 12 years old. And I was already talking to people, just just calling them up and saying, "What's the worst thing he's gonna tell me is no?" But he gave it to my sister. He didn't have a pen or anything. We didn't have anything to sign anything or anything like that. So, and it's still at my mom's house, at my mom and dad's house. It's still there. That baseball's still there. It's still there. And it's so funny because now, on my birthday in 2012, I had a friend of mine from Brownsville. We would go fishing. We'd go snapper fishing, and that brings me back that we went to go see. He had Spurs. When the Spurs went to the playoffs, he had two tickets. He has tickets for him and his daughter. But his daughter couldn't go to the game, so he said, "Hey, you want to go see a Spurs game?" And I was like, I don't know, man. Yeah, come on. I have Spurs tickets. He has he has season tickets, but he only has two of them. So I asked Heath. I said, he wants to take me for my birthday. Yeah, go ahead and go. So we went to go watch the Spurs play on for my birthday, and then the next day we went to Houston, went to San Antonio, then we drove to Houston. We stayed in San Antonio that night, then we went to Houston the next day, and we saw the Houston Astros play, and we sat right behind first base, about 12 rows up, and Jose Cruz hits a foul ball, and I catch the foul ball of Jose Cruz, and I have that ball right here, and Christian has it in his room. That boy stayed up that night till 1 o'clock in the morning that we got home, and he had school the next day. But that boy stayed up all night until 1 o'clock in the morning when I got home, and I gave him that ball, and I still have that ticket, the ticket stub with the Houston Astros when they won. Like I think it was Jose Cruz hit that foul ball. I mean Jose Altuve hit that ball, and I got that Houston Astro foul ball. Yeah, I even put it on Facebook. Everybody was freaking out on it. That was pretty cool.
That was cool.
Yeah. Anyway, but that was my the as a 11, 12 year old. That was my best vacation that I remember. Yeah, that was a cool vacation. Thanks for asking. That's a good memory right there. I love that. I really enjoyed that. That was awesome. You know, now we do almost. I think the best one after that. I mean, since for Itza and I and Christian was Christian's birthday. The vacation that we took, we made it into a vacation slash birthday when we went to uh, to the beach, and we stayed at the beach for the week, and we did our vacation over there. We had a great time. Yeah, it's nice to reminisce. Yeah, it is. It's awesome to reminisce. It's such a great thing. Makes your heart smile. I don't know. It makes mine smile. It also, I guess it goes both ways. Makes you smile, but I don't know. Maybe does it make it? Can I say it makes me sad too? I mean, makes you kind of. I don't want to say. Well, yeah, makes it makes you smile, but it makes you think of all the time that has gone by and so many good things. But then you also flash to all the things that have happened, and you think, wow, man. For me, for me, I've gone through so much. I've gone. but I'm still here. I think that's what we have to look at, that we're still here because we work hard to be where we're at, but you look at how you got to where you're at. You know, that saying that I always said, you're where you're at today because that's where you chose to be. And I really believe that saying. I really believe we are where we're at today because that's where we chose to be. We choose to be where we're at because this is where we want to be. Ita always jokes around with me, and she always tells me, she goes, "If you didn't want to be with me, you wouldn't be with me." And we laugh at that, but it's true. I mean, I think that we choose to be with who we want to be because that's what we want to do in our hearts. I mean, I believe that you are happy because you're with the person that makes you happy. Don't I That's just my way of thinking. That's I don't know how other people think. I think that if that to have great memories and happy memories, you have to be happy too though. Does that make sense? I hope so. I think I think people mistake sometimes because other people are happy that you're happy too. I think I think we see sadness in other people sometimes and we don't realize that there's a reason for them being sad, and we kind of don't want to ask because the old, oh, don't open Pandora's box. But I'm a type of person that'll go and say, what's wrong? Why, if you're not happy, why are you with him, or why are you with her? That's just me. That's just who I am. That's just, if I'm not happy, don't stay in, don't, it might be sound harsh. I mean, it sounds ugly to some people. Don't be, don't be with the person. I mean, don't do it. There's always, uh, you know, consequences to your actions. I mean, whatever, but I don't know. That's just me. I mean, that's just another subject, but still. But I think that happiness is within you. And if you don't have happiness within you, you can't control, quit trying to control everybody else's happiness. Take care of your happiness first. People, my sisters are always saying, boy, you're always laughing. You're always, don't you have any problems? I said, yeah, but do you really want to know about them? No, nobody wants to know about your problems. Not, yes, not, not sincere, not really. Come on, let's be honest with each other. Nobody really wants to know what your real problems are. To a point, yes, we want to know what's bothering you. If I ask you, tell me. I want to know. I mean, if I ask you, hey, what's bothering you today? Let me know. I'll talk to you. But a lot of times, a lot of people, they don't care. People don't care. I do. I want to know. I don't know what I can do for you, but I can listen. As much as I talk, I can listen just as much, maybe even more. I know people tell me all the time, you talk too much. Yeah, probably. A lot of people tell me that. Eats and laughs. I don't find it funny a lot of time. But people laugh all the time that I talk too much. I just kind of look at them like, what's the big deal? And some people don't talk at all. And then yet they want people like me to know exactly what they're thinking. And then they get mad at you. And I look at them and say, I'm not a mind reader. So what your problem is, I don't know. And now you're hurt. And now you want me to say that I'm sorry. No, I'm not, because I don't know what your problem was to begin with. So this is why people are always at each other, because there's no communication. When there's no communication, I don't know what's wrong with you. If you don't tell me, how can I help you? I can't. So you can listen to me talk all you want, but if you don't ask me, hey Joe, hey, I'm drinking my cup of JoJo here, but how? If you don't ask me what you want me to talk about, then I can't talk about it. Or what is wrong, I can't talk about what's wrong with what you want to talk about. You can hear me, and you can listen to what I'm talking about with my problems, or my what I think I want to talk about, but I'm not a mind reader. And I tell each of that all the time, with people. What's wrong with him? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with him. I can't tell you what's wrong with him, because I can't read minds. But you see, people in general, and I have friends, and I have family that think that they know. Well, especially when they were, my nephews. I tell them, I said, well, what's wrong? Well, I don't know. What are you fighting for? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? How do you not know what you're fighting about? Why are you fighting if you don't know? My dad hated that. He hated that answer. Why are you doing that? And he'd look at you and he goes, and you better not tell me I don't know, because that belt's coming out. Woo! I learned to tell him the truth, and I learned to tell him why, all straight up. Because this, and this. And man, my sister, why are you arguing? Because she said this, and this. I can't believe you told him that. Hey, he asked. I don't lie to dad. You can. I'm not. And you couldn't lie to dad. You can tell him, man, that man knew everything. I don't know how, but that man, and my mom, whew, you couldn't lie to mom. I don't know. Mom just knew everything. And she had, I mean, I think, I always thought she was a spy, because that woman it didn't matter. She knew everything that was going on. And it's weird, but now I think about it, and I wish, God, if only I could hear her one more time. That'd be so. But you see, everything about the past comes back to you, and no matter how bad you were, mom and dad were there. No matter, especially mom. Oh my God, I got. We get away with everything with mom, and I tell each of the same thing. Christian can do no wrong in your eyes, no wrong at all. And what did she say? No, he can't. Yeah, she can.
No.
Doesn't matter. But that's what moms do. And it's okay. I understand. But there comes a point where when mom gets mad, the full name comes out, and it's over, baby. It is over. Man, it's over. I only have one name. I don't have a middle name. My mom called me Joe, but when it came out was Jose, it was spanking time, and it was over. And I knew it. Or the old saying, wait till your dad comes home. Oh my God, that was like, oh. Oh, I laugh at it now because it's all over, but oh my God, that was. She let us play all day long. And that 4 o'clock came home. When that time got there, oh my God. It was. You looked at the time, and it was like, it's 3:30. I got 30 minutes to live. And then dad's here, and I'm dead, because dad is gonna kill me. But the whole day you just play like, and then all of a sudden it hits you. Oh, dad's almost home. Oh, we laugh now. I mean, I laugh now. Ooh, man. And he used the belt. Oh, yeah, the old belt. Well, he had a paddle, too. He had a paddle, but that paddle had holes in it. I'd rather, I'd rather get a paddling in school than get a paddle from my dad. I remember that. There wasn't no question about getting paddling at school. We just got, we just got paddling. I got quite a few times paddled in school. Ooh, but I deserved it. I knew it. Get into fights. Oh well, but anyway, good times, good times. What do you do? Oh man, I tell you, getting spanking. Heaven forbid that happens now. That's funny. I just laugh. Ah, the good old memories, man. I tell you, memories, memories, memories. It's good to be back though. I still got a little bit of, the old sniffles on there. But you know what? I think that's also from the wind. The wind yesterday was blowing
Oh my
40 to
gosh,
50 miles an hour.
that's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's normal here. That's normal at this time. March, April is windy all the time. Then, May, you get them off and on. But March and April, we get the winds. It's like, it's so bad that we get, we sometimes get winds like, 10, 15 miles an hour. And then the gust is like 30, 40 miles an hour. But yesterday was constant. It was constant 30 to 30. I think it was 35 to 40. And then the gusts were close to, over 50 miles an hour. It was so bad. It was so bad yesterday. And of course, with our asthma and everything, even before everything that happened in the last few years, I always wore a mask, cutting the grass because of my asthma. And Christian has asthma too, so we pump up and then we go out and cut the grass. And I've done that since when I was a kid. Even in the military, you know, we wore that when we were in the sand, when we were in the desert. But uh, man, it's not fun having asthma when you're out there cutting the grass. But of course, wearing the mask. But I would wear what I would wear before the mask. I'd just wear a bandana around me. And then they came out with those what they call them, the fishing. What do they call those fishing?
The buffs?
The buffs. Once they start the buffs, we wore those buffs. But mostly those were for sun. But we wore the buffs for the fishing buffs. But that was good. Those. So I've always been. I mean, I've always worn those things. But that's good for the sun. But it's also good for cutting the grass because we're. And then we wore the headgear. I mean, the my son was wearing his to listen to his songs. I wear them just to protect my ears. Uh, can't hear anyway, but still. And now
Sorry.
that I wear my
Oh,
my
sorry.
hearing aids, of course my wife laughs all the time now. So I take my hearing aids off.
Rude. Very rude.
Still can't hear. I think it's just normal now.
Can't hear. I
Just
can't hear
ignore
you.
her. Just ignore her. Don't pay attention to her.
I can't hear you.
Yeah. Anyway, so we've been playing since the time that I was feeling good. We were playing Rogue for a while. The new Fortnite is out. Yeah.
been interesting.
I think people are really upset because they can't build anymore. I was laughing. What was it, yesterday morning or uh, I played it a couple times, a few times, and I was hiding in one of the bushes, and people that played Fortnite. It's funny because I was watching a couple people. I killed a couple of people, a couple of characters, and then it was funny because before I killed them, there were people were shooting at them, and that you could see them in like jumping, and they were jumping up and down, and it hit me. They were trying to build, and I was asking my son Christian. I said, when you build, how do you build? Well, you building walls, and every time you build, you jump so you build four walls, and then you build uh, stairs, and you build the stairs this way. You build another four walls, and you build stairs this way, and then this way, and then this way. Well, I think that the characters, they're so used to its muscle memory when you're playing with the uh, with the controller, that you're really well. The character just kept jumping up and down, and I kind of like just looking at him, and I'm laughing, and I'm thinking, wow, these poor guys and girls that are so good at building. I mean, they were building like, I called them skyscrapers in the like in 10 seconds. They would build, I mean, high skyscraper, and I was going, I can't even build a wall, man, and y'all guys are building houses and skyscrapers in 10 seconds. Well, now they can't build anything. You know, it's funny, but I shot three people,
It's
and
funny.
they were like frozen. They were like jumping up and down, and I think they were freaked out because they can't build. Well, now some people are upset because they can't build, and there's no building. There's no, you can't build anything around you. You can climb, you can run fast, and uh, it's pretty funny. It's pretty cool. I mean, Itza and I and Dragon played uh, uh, what is it, trios, and we ended up getting our umbrella already. So we won one game. So that was fun. Uh,
Woohoo!
I played it, but I could only play it for so long, and then I was feeling kind of tired, and we had to get up the next day. Well, and go cut my dad and mom's grass. So,
Okay, great.
but that was fun. That was funny. It was funny watching that. It was just like, wow, that's just crazy. But playing games is a good way. Even my father-in-law was like, man, it's good that you're playing games, and but he was getting back to the chat. He was really excited about me doing this chat. I'm really excited, and Red, thank you for that uh, idea. I mean, I was thinking about the idea, but I was thinking, when can I do it? But Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays.
We have Wednesday and Saturday
So
because
I
they're
can
both
have
the same thing.
Wednesday,
Saturday and
Saturday, and Sunday off.
tonight.
I like that.
She says anytime.
You're a good person, Red. I don't care what Itza said.
Do you want me to move it? Like maybe put it in the middle or something instead of on the corner to help you see it better?
Nah, it's all right. I just gotta get used to it. I just wish it would stay up.
I know. I'm stuck. It's supposed to, but I don't know. It's not doing it.
There you go. It's a great way to balance streaming and work. That's what my planned work schedule is. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that is a great way. But life happens, so I end up working odd hours too. Yeah, and
I
it's weird that you say that, because I remember when we had the shop. Uh, like you said, life does happen, because when we had the shop, like I was talking about how guys would come by, and they would sit down and just come by in the morning, or come by late right before I closed. It does happen that way, because sometimes it would be like I closed on Sundays, But then they would call me, and they would be like, "Hey man, I really need some bait, or I need some tackle. You think you could open up?" I'm not like, "Yeah, okay, I'll be over there in a while." And then all of a sudden, I'd be over there for 3 4 hours, and it was like, I sold $600. So, you know, what do you want me to do? Okay, well, I called Mike. Mike said he'll help me out. So my buddy Mike lived down the road, so he tell me, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Well, I'm over here. I'm at the shop." "Oh, you're at he called it Right Track. You're at RTP?" "Yeah, I'm at Right Track Pro." "Oh man, all right." And I'm gonna buy a 12 pack. I'll go over there in a little bit. "Okay, cool, dude. Come on over." So he'd come over, and then Danny would show up, and we'd be, they'd be sitting in the back, and all of a sudden, 30, 40 customers. They got a shirt. We got. I need tackle. I need a shirt. I need fishing shirts. And you got a guy come in and buy, you know, 4 shirts. I'm glad you're open, man. I got to go fishing tomorrow. I got to do this, and like you said, things happen, and you got to change your hours. You got to change your, and then it's like, when Nita would call me, and goes, "Hey, babe, you got, yeah, but I'm not gonna be able to make it." And then Mike would be like, "Hey, man, I'm hungry." I said, "Well, why don't you order pizza?" "Okay, we're gonna just eat pizza here, babe." "Okay, that sounds good." So we'd order pizza, and then Itza and Christian would get whatever they wanted to eat, and we're like, I said, "Hey, babe, but I made $600 a day." "Dang, man, okay, well, stay there." And then she'd tell me, and then Itza would say, "Well, you got to stay longer, stay longer." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." And we laugh about it, but
But yeah.
there was days that that's the way it worked. But then there was days that it was so quiet. Having your own shop, people don't understand that there was times that you didn't. There was no work. There was nothing. You'd go. We silk screen shirts. So at that time, we would make shirts, and when we first started, I'd go out for business, and I'd go find people so I can make shirts and sell it to. I made baseball shirts for like Little League. Uh, like let's say that like Christian played when I coached the team. He played for the Rangers, and then I would make all the parent shirts, and the parent shirt had the Ranger emblem, and he played for the Cardinals too. So I'd make the Cincinnati Reds. So I'd make the Cincinnati Red emblem, and then in the back I'd put uh, Christian's mom, Christian's dad, and then I'd put his number in the back. So you got Christian's grandpa, Christian's grandma, uh, and then I would make all the shirts. I made shirts for our team. Well, I sold them all to the parents, right? Well, then all of a sudden, the other team would say, "Where'd you get those shirts?" "Oh, Right Track Pro made them." "Oh, well, in that case, well, then all of a sudden, I'm making shirts for the Giants, the Cardinals, the you know whoever else, the Astros, the New York Yankees. I mean, every team there was, and then there was football, there was baseball, there was basketball. So I started selling all those people, and then all of a sudden, that only happens a certain amount of time, and then fishing came around. And I thought, you know what? Why don't I just make shirts? So I would started making shirts with different fishing designs in them, and I would just put them in the store, and people would come in, and who made this design? "Oh, my wife made the design, and I just made." "Well, do you have this in an XL? Do you have this one in a 2X, a 3X, a 4X?" "Yeah, I can. I have that one." So I just made so many of them to see if I can sell them. But after a while, we had our own business, our own shirts that we would make, and we put them out, and we'd sell those because sometimes you didn't have any work. You know, there's so many people doing shirts, and you had to compete with them. And like I always tell people, like people would tell me, you're not as expensive as other people. I said, yeah, I don't want to get rich on one person. I'm not trying to get rich. I'm just trying to make a little profit on everybody, you know, on every uh, sets of shirts that I make, you know, and then they can go on to the next guy. I'd rather have, you know, people coming in and a flow than have just one person and make money on just two or three people. I said, but I want a flow coming in. So that's why I went into bait, into making my own gear for sharks, shark fishing, shark leaders, regular leaders, and stuff like that, because it helped a lot. But I have a lot of that stuff in storage now, so I don't know. We're gonna find a way to start selling that online and stuff like
Yeah,
that. But
that'll be good.
that's gonna be something else that we're gonna be doing. But it's just that with all these surgeries, I'm gonna come up with a surgery now with my knee surgery on April 27th. So I don't want to start something until all my bionic body gets taken care of. I should be an Avenger by the year 2023, so we'll see what happens.
The new
Hopefully,
Iron Man.
hopefully I'll be Iron Man by then, and I'll be able to fly to go see Atlas, and we'll be able to go fishing together. And you know, who knows? Maybe he'll be Captain America. I mean, you know, as tall as he's gonna be, why not? Right, Atlas? You'll be Captain America fishing for America, for America's team. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's just one of those things. I knew, you know, my mother-in-law's all like, "Oh, Miko, another surgery." I said, "Yeah, Mom, I just want to get it over with. I'm just tired. I'm tired of all this, you know. But it's got to be done, you know.
Gotta do what you gotta
But you know, there's just so many things. I still got a bunch of shirts in the garage that I gotta sort out, and brand new too. So who knows? Maybe I'll make a shirt with Cup of JoJo on it. I don't know.
do. Jojo.
I don't know. I still have the machines, but I don't know. Anyway, don't give me any ideas because I don't feel like working anymore. I want to be a keen streamer, and everybody that's helped me is going to be taken care of. But it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun doing this. It's been you know, my mother-in-law made a comment yesterday. She said, "Well, you're playing the games anyway. You might as well get paid you know, 30 cents an ad."
Right. That's what she said. She might as well.
Oh man, I tell you,
Did you want to zoom in the camera?
she's a tripper, huh?
Did you want to zoom in the camera?
Why?
I don't, you mentioned it earlier, something about getting closer.
No,
Oh,
getting closer. What are you talking
you
about?
said it earlier. You said, do I need to get closer to the camera? Or,
For what?
I don't know, you said it earlier.
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
Because the camera angle, do you want it closer
No,
to your
I'm
face?
fine. No.
Because you can zoom.
What?
Don't show me.
Okay then. Why?
Because you can zoom the camera into your face, is what I'm saying. If you want it closer to your face.
No,
Instead
I'm
of
beautiful.
showing
I'm beautiful the way I look right now. Look at that.
You just mentioned it earlier, and I was just saying. Like it's showing, you know, like if you wanted it just to be tighter in. I don't know. You mentioned it earlier, and I was just.
You just want to play with this thing, babe. That's what.
No, I don't.
She can't buy anything. Let's talk about people that buy new tech stuff. Let's talk about that.
No.
My wife
You
is a
mentioned it earlier.
wonderful woman. First of all, she is wonderful. I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. But buying her a new toy, it's like, Lord have mercy. She hasn't stopped playing with this little iPad since we got it. That was yesterday. Took it to her mom's, and she's still. And I'm just like, okay, babe. And she's trying to explain it to me, and I'm like, all I want to do is be able to tap it, do what I got to do, and then let's go. And she's trying to tell me everything it does, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. That's perfect. What do I need it for? I just need it to stream. I just need it to show what I'm doing. But she's telling, and I understand. She is a tech person. She loves, her and my son are wonderful with technology. Thank God, because Papa Jojo is wonderful at drinking coffee. I'm telling you that right now. But with this stuff, I'm no good at this. I don't. I don't do technology. I do it just enough to get by, but that's why I got my babe, my son. Those, they're awesome. They're great at it. They're wonderful, and I'm blessed to have them. That's all I got. I know it. But she will. She wants perfection, and I love that about her. Don't get me wrong. But oh, and she'll find out why this little thing doesn't leave this thing right here. I don't know why. I don't know. I wish it would, but it doesn't. And it doesn't really matter to me. It does matter, but I just wish it would have stayed longer so I can. I'll probably just have my phone, or I'll just go back to Twitch where it does leave it on there. This is great, but I don't know what's the difference. I don't know why this stays up here. There's something else right here.
Yeah, it's the event thing. So when someone follows you, you can see it up there. And it shows
Okay.
it.
Well,
And they can see it on the stream too. Like it shows
okay,
their name
so
there. It's a way to give them acknowledgement that they're following you and have a name up there.
okay, I got you. What's this 3 up here?
3.
Yeah, they got 3 with a person showing it.
Oh,
If
yeah,
you
that's
come
your
over
viewers.
here,
Let me see. Okay.
see what I mean? This is like
Yeah, that's how many viewers you have.
okay.
To the left is how long you've been streaming. To the right is just like the frames and all that about what it's broadcasting.
Okay, and what are you talking about zooming?
If you want to get closer, there's this little box right here
Uh-huh.
for the camera, and you tap it, and it gives you the option front. You're on ultra wide right now. You can just do the front camera,
Okay,
and it would
what's
go.
the front camera do?
We'll tap front camera. Look how close it is.
Okay, and
So if you want to zoom into yourself, you can do it like that. But if you don't, you just tap the little box again on the top and go back to ultra wide.
does it matter, people? Look how good looking I am. Damn.
It's just up to you.
Well,
I don't know, what do you like? I think
It
that
doesn't
ultra
really
wide
matter.
is kind of cool because you can kind of see
yeah,
her.
it's okay. That's cool like that.
Just wanted you to know how
I'm
to do
good.
that.
Yeah, that's
So in
fine.
case you want to, for any reason.
You
be
just want to
dramatic.
show me that
No,
stuff.
if you want to be dramatic and be like, get closer, people. Let me tell you something. You know, you can do it.
If you could only see that. This is what I deal with every single day. It's never a dull moment in this house. Never.
Because I'm dramatic. People who know me know I'm dramatic. Oh, I don't want to. Hi.
See what I do? Nice hair.
I know my hair is. You didn't let me like perfect my hair.
Perfect.
My hair
Oh, babe,
is escaping my
you're
ponytail.
beautiful no matter what.
Yeah.
Except for that hair.
My hair is not bad. Your hair is bad.
My hair is always bad.
Whatever.
It's a bad hair day to day. It just keeps in my eyes.
You're.
You need to give me a haircut again.
Haircut.
Yeah, I need a haircut. I need a mop cut.
I just
No.
cut one hair, not all of it. Just one little strand.
Oh, red. See, no, it's just been. Seriously, I have crazy hair today too. Oh, red. You see it staying now?
Is it?
Yeah.
Maybe it finally saw that I made the changes. Because I made the changes on the website. And it's supposed to do that. Well, I changed it to stay for 65 seconds, which is like a minute something. Figure that's better.
I'm back. I was gonna try to go back to bed, but unsuccessful. What time did you go to sleep, woman?
It is staying now. Wow. Okay.
Dragon. Just trying to go back to bed. We're just back inside from running around. Oh my god.
4 or 5
She went to. What were you doing up till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, Dragon? We just back inside from running around. And Red was running around. Oh, that's right. Y'all were in the back. TikTok. I tell you,
She's on TikTok now.
I got lost in TikTok too. Oh my God, she's on TikTok. Do you have a TikTok, Dragon, or are you just looking at TikTok? Can't judge you there. I get so wrapped up in TikTok. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You can lose hours on TikTok, man. Hours.
You, Ita, and Red are killing me. You're killing me, people. Y'all are killing me.
I was on horse TikTok or cleaning TikTok.
Oh my God. Man, that is one thing we could talk about for hours. TikTok. That is bad.
I know. I just looked to. I mean, I have a page, but I haven't posted a video in a while. O Cedar mop. Remember? Ooh, O Cedar's a good brand. I like O Cedar.
Oh yeah.
I like their brooms, their mops.
She got it for her birthday. Hey, when was her birthday? Just a few days ago, wasn't it? Was it your birthday just a few days ago? The 19th? Red?
O Cedar is a brand
Yeah.
of mop.
The 19th.
Woo!
That's right, Red. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Red.
Oh my God, I feel like such a horrible friend.
She is a horrible friend, Red.
Did
You're
I say
welcome.
happy birthday?
Because I love you.
Didn't I? I did, didn't I? Because you said
The
you
green
were...
eye Red.
No.
Love you, Red.
Happy
Happy birthday.
Happy belated
You're the
birthday.
best. I
Happy
am the best
birthday
friend, Red.
to
I
you.
am the best friend.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Red Green Eyes. Happy birthday to you. Oh my God. You're quite welcome, Red.
I scrubbed the walls of the upstairs. It looks so nice. And I like paint it. Cool. For your birthday.
Okay, Red, you do very interesting things for your birthday. Well, that's good. They do disappear as it goes on, though. That's good.
But it's staying longer.
Yeah, it stays on forever. Like a dragon. No telling what dragon.
Oh, it's a little heart. Your little doggy heart.
Oh, cheer 1, 2, 3. What did she put on there?
Oh,
1, 2,
she
3.
donated.
Oh,
It says
Red.
10 bits, right? Isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Red. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. 10 bits from Red. Thank you, Red. If you are enjoying my stream, please don't forget to follow my channel.
Why are
Streamlabs.
you reading that?
I have to read it. Streamlabs told me to. Just kidding.
Did it tell you that they donated 10
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I did. Cool.
Red has donated 10 bits.
See,
Thank you for watching. Thanks, Red. I appreciate that. You're such a sweetheart.
You see, it's working now because
Oh,
earlier it
Red.
wasn't showing those messages either, which was weird.
Now, see if you can put my stuff up.
What's the?
The information.
I did it earlier.
Did it show it? It didn't show it.
Watch.
Oh, Red, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. Appreciate that.
She said, I like practical gifts.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
So do I. Always get stuff that I can do stuff for my birthday. Like, cutting the grass, doing stuff like that.
Yeah, you see, you did it now, right?
Yeah. I always do that.
Took a bit.
Yeah, my birthday's coming up. God, I'll be 59 years old. 59 years. And I have learned nothing.
Do you want me to change the color of the font?
Yeah, you need to change color.
What color would you like?
I don't know. Black?
But it's dark. Will it show?
I don't know.
Okay, let's try it.
Hi, Itza from Dragon. Didn't you already tell her hi?
I said hi, and I even asked how you were doing. But no, you went back to bed, so.
She want to talk to you, Dragon. She's mad because you went back to bed. I'm just relaying a message, so don't hate the messenger. She's laughing. She says she's shawy.
Ooh, okay. No. Give it a sec. It's probably gonna take a little bit, like it did earlier, for it to actually show the change. I don't think you're able to see that.
What?
The black.
Well, don't change it to black. Change it to blue or green.
Okay. Let's do.
Y'all are silly, I tell you. I'm surprised you weren't playing Fortnite, Dragon, all night last night.
Yeah. What level are you?
What level you at?
What did I do?
What happened? What?
I changed the wrong thing. I didn't change the font.
What did you change?
I changed the background color.
My background color.
You
What?
can't see it there from my sample here. So the whole box is green. I'm like, what the heck did I just do? Let's go back.
I played Imposters. We can slide again.
Yay, sliding is back. That's good.
She's like in level 6.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, you've played a lot, haven't you?
I thought you were going to be further than that.
Slow down, girl. Slow it down.
Okay. So let's see how long it takes it to make that change.
Well, we don't know. Well, are you streaming tonight?
I don't know. I don't think so. Because I got to do school with Christian. I was
Oh,
letting him
okay.
sleep 'cause
Yeah,
he cut the
Itza,
grass yesterday.
Itza has to do school
He
with
was
Christian
tired.
because we didn't do school yesterday because we were cutting the grass. So I don't think she's
And I
streaming
let him
tonight.
sleep in today because
Yeah,
he was tired from yesterday. So I'm gonna get on school.
she's got to do some school. I might come back and stream. I think I'm gonna stream. What's her name? Cassandra.
Cassandra.
Yay! It's back. What's back?
The sliding in Imposters.
Oh God!
We couldn't slide. They had taken it away.
But if I don't stream, Cassandra, I will be back. Today's Wednesday, but we're gonna try next week. We're gonna go to. I'm gonna take Red's suggestion. Fortnite had another update. Okay. I'm gonna take Cassandra. I'm gonna take Red's suggestion, and I'm gonna do it on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So we're gonna do it 4 days a week. I'm gonna start off doing it for 2 hours, and 2 people won't be there, which would be Itza and Dragon, because they won't wake up that early.
I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up and watch you from the bed.
I doubt it, but I appreciate the trying. I know Dragon won't get up because it'd be too early for her. It'll be 6 o'clock her
It'll
time.
be 6 o'clock.
Well, I don't know. She'll probably be up watching TikTok.
Can you see the redeem? No, you can't. Okay. So, Eve redeemed a hydrate.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'll do that. And I'm sorry if y'all redeem falling off a cliff. I can't do it here. So,
Not in a. I'm gonna turn it off for when you do Odyssey.
uh,
Oh, here.
I said here. I said here, woman. I tell you, that woman, she is not. She's not. I tell you, give her something techie, but she'll do it.
Well, you can try it, babe. I can hold the camera while you jump off the bed. Take a leap off the bed.
I tell you, this woman is not all here sometimes.
With it. Aww.
Oh,
Doggy hearts.
Eve, such a sweetheart. You know, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Eve redeemed pick a fight with an animal. Wait.
Let me have one of the. Let me have let me have that. Here you go, Eve. Is that good enough? I can't hit the animal, Eve. Sorry. It's not right, Eve. Look, got a little heart. Oh, Eve.
I was trying to look for the bear. Remember the bear? I don't know where I have it.
I can't hit the animal, Eve. I'll let it hit me, though.
Here, now pick a fight with a bear.
Here goes, Eve. Here you go, Eve.
You did a pick a fight with the bear.
Here's a fight with the bear.
Oh, look, let's do this. Watch. Let me have it. I'll put it real close to the camera so it looks big, and then you look like, pretend like you're punching it.
Man, I tell you, the things we do for Eve. Oh, my God. Help us all, people. Help us all.
Gosh.
Man. Yeah, oh, my God. Help us all.
You guys are crazy.
Y'all guys. The things we do to just make people happy. But anyway, that's what we gotta do. We gotta be happy. We gotta have fun. We gotta keep this. We gotta keep going. You know, that's being happy and I had to what I had to shut my window because I was screaming. No. Oh, he just had a good time. It's green. You still can't see it.
It's not green yet. It hasn't changed.
Her thing is green.
Yeah, hers is a dark green. I made it a bright green.
Well, that right there, you can't see it.
No, it hasn't changed yet. Remember, it took forever for it to update the first time.
Well, maybe if I do the camera, it'll update. I saw it updated after the camera.
Try it. Oh, it's down there, the camera thing, but now it's overlapping the other work.
That's okay.
I just think it took a long time for it to...
That was hilarious. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, Eats is pretty funny.
The other way I think is if I remove it and put it back in, like the whole box, but I'd have to go into the side panel.
Nah, that's all right.
Just give it the time.
Just leave it alone.
Yeah, it'll update it, but it took a while.
It's been a good time talking to you. It's it's been good. Just getting back to our subject. It's been good reminiscing the memories of family. I hope it brought good times for y'all and your family. We need some Cup of Joe events to redeem, like funny story, army story,
That's true.
funny story, etc. Yeah,
Funny
we
story,
do.
work story, army story, family story.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I'll do that. So that when he does a cup of JoJo's, I just switch over
That way you don't have to fight your
your stuffies.
your stuffies. Oh man.
But it was fun.
Oh, that's funny. That way you don't have to fight your stuffies. I'm gonna buy me a big bear so it can sit next to me.
We have a big bear. I just don't know
We
what
have
No,
a
but a
big
big,
polar.
big bear.
We have a big polar bear. No, but that's a Coca-Cola bear.
Yeah.
That
That's a.
that's a
That's a.
that's
What's the
a
word we're looking for? Words have escaped
it's
me.
an original. That's a
Collector's.
it's a collector's item. It's a polar bear with a Coke. It's a Coca-Cola bear.
Coca-Cola polar bear.
Yeah, it's been. Then when you asked me about my vacation, that really brought a lot of good memories back.
I'm gonna have to fix that box on
I'll never forget that day, that sitting in those. We called them the cheap seats. My dad, sitting right behind the baseball, the fence. Those are good times. Baseball in the Astrodome, and the Astrodome was. And they used to, I remember going in the Astrodome had the, it was called the eighth wonder of the world. That back then, that's what they used to call it. We used to go over there too for the rodeos. You got. I don't know. It's funny, but the first rodeo we went to, we saw Donnie and Marie Osmond.
top. Donnie and
Donnie and
Marie.
Marie Osmond. Then we saw the great. What's his name? The one that sang. Uh, can I see his face? He has that great beard. What's his name? Can't think of.
Oh, um, the country singer.
Yes,
Um,
I can't.
Kenny Rogers.
We saw Kenny Rogers. My mom was in love with Kenny Rogers. She loved Kenny Rogers. We saw Kenny Rogers. We saw. Oh man, we saw so many other bands during the. In February they had the rodeo all the time. They had rodeos all the time. And my dad worked for an oil field company. Well, the oil field company was part ownership of the Astrodome, and they gave him tickets to the Houston Astros game all the time. But my dad always told him, "Well, I got a lot of kids that they only gave him. They only wanted to give him like 4 tickets." And my dad worked for this company for he retired from the company after he worked 40 years in the oil field, but he worked, I think it was 28 years for this company. And my dad was well known in this company, and he worked hard all his life. So they would tell him, "Well, how many kids do you are you going?" He goes, "Well, out of all my kids, I got like 6 of them that are gonna probably go to the game." So they'd give him 10 tickets to every game, and he'd always pick the his vacation for the summer was always in July. But he'd pick the time to go was during he had the schedule of the baseball games, and we would go to at least 4 games in that schedule. The Houston had to be it was a home games, and they would play 4 games in those home games, and we would sit. And he would tell him, he goes, "You don't have to give me tickets. I don't, I like to sit in the the ones we sit by the fence. You'd have to buy those, but some of the ones that they would give him, we'd sit right behind the dugout, and that was pretty cool back then. But those were expensive seats, but they give it to him. Well, here we are sitting right there, and that was a lot of fun. Oh, that was pretty cool. That's good memories. Man, my dad worked hard, man. And then they'd have big old parties. man, they would throw feasts. Man, they would have parties at these big places, and they would throw parties. Everybody would go, and they would talk about my dad. And, oh man, you're George's dad. I mean, you're George's son. I said, yeah. You gonna work with us when you get older? I said, nope. I don't think I work the oil field. I don't like the oil field. Sure enough, I worked with my dad for a while. I hated it. I worked the oil field for a few years. I hated the oil field, but it's a lot of work. It's hard work. It's good money. It was good money back then. Uh, but I wanted to go into the army, so I did. I made my choice, and my dad was like, "Well, no, you're a grown man, so you know you." I know what you think. Eats is laughing because my brother in law always says. My sister in law told him he was we were eating for Thanksgiving, and it's just a funny story. Like Eve wanted to know a funny story, and we were eating for Thanksgiving. This past Thanksgiving, we were eating. We were at mom's house, and we were eating, and we finished eating. So my brother in law gets up and Ita's sister, his wife, asked him, "Where are you going?" And he looks at her and he goes, "I'm a grown ass man. I go wherever I want to." So when I
It was
said that, it's just
funny.
funny. But it was funny because we were all joking around, laughing and everything. And he just gets up and starts walking away. And she looks at him and she goes, "Where you going, Anthony?" "Well, I'm a grown ass man. I go wherever I want to." But he was gonna. He
It
was
was
going.
funny.
It was just funny. You had to be there. It was just
Yeah,
funny the
even
way he did it.
saying it funny. It was
Oh, it
just
was just so funny.
funny.
It was just so funny.
So now every time he says like, "Oh, you're grown,"
So
I'm
every
a
time you're a
grown.
grown man, Nita just starts laughing because, oh, that was funny, man. Anyway, my dad's company, it used to be called uh, H&G Oil Company. Uh, he retired in 1985, but we used to, back in the 70s, we used to go to his company parties. And they had, I mean, food. They had steaks. They had buffet of steaks. They had seafood. They had food everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And they would, everybody would eat. I mean, they had hundreds of people there. And everybody just chilled in shorts and in shirts, just chilling, Hawaiian shirts and their shorts. And, some people, people wear their nice clothes, not nice clothes, but pants and whatever that they were comfortable in. And they would all know. And oh man, it's funny because his boss looked like, if anybody knows what Gilligan's Island was, his boss his name was Gene Browley, and we called him the Skipper because he looked like Skipper from Gilligan's Island. But he was the nicest man. He loved my dad, but my dad would work so hard for him. He was my dad's boss, and and my dad was like a foreman. He was like one of the main guys, but he wanted to make my dad the big time supervisor. But my dad was like, "No, I'm okay." He goes, I'm fine," and I would go help my dad, work with my dad, and oh my God, it was my dad was a hard worker. He worked. He'd leave at 4 o'clock in the morning and come back home by 4:30. But that was crazy, man. There's all these
It's funny.
going down memory lane is awesome. You know, what's up, Zisky? Hey, Zeus. There's Zisky.
There's Juicy.
There's my boy. What's up, buddy?
Getting there.
What's up, Zisky? Hey,
Look at that.
what's up, buddy boy? There's my Zisky. What up, my
Like, what
boy?
do I do?
I love you. There's my boy.
He's like, what do I do? They're calling me.
Yeah, he's my boy. But anyway, like like I said earlier, thank y'all for anybody and everybody that has come by and that has come by and just
Just cameo.
listen to my talk about memory lane, and then just talked about how we started off talking about my son. That's how it all started off, about uh, making memories with my son, talking about it because of we went to go cut my father-in-law's yard yesterday, and just watching, my son cuts the grass for us here. He helps me out here at the house a lot, because of all my surgeries and everything that I've had in the past few years, especially the past year in April and in December of last year with my heart. Uh, and then he cut his grandpa's yard yesterday. He has about a half acre, well, quarter acre actually, maybe a little bit more than a quarter acre, about a half acre probably, a little bit less than a half acre, in between a quarter and a half acre. Anyway, he used his riding lawnmower. It's a little bit different than ours, but uh, it was one of those things that just brings you to start thinking about keeping, making memories with your Aunt Dragon says hi, Zuski. So you start thinking about all the memories that you can make with your son, and not only your son, but your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your children. Your take some time, people. Make time. I've talked about make time before, so if you haven't seen my other videos, on Cup of JoJo, take some time. Make time. You got to make time. Like you make time for everything else, whether it's exercising, cooking, uh, doing whatever you enjoy doing, going fishing, going, crafting, uh, whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. You have to make time. You have to make time to be happy too. You have to be happy yourself before you can make others happy. Remember that. But make your memories. That's what I talked about today a lot more, and with everything else. Uh, and it's like Dragon. She says, since I've been working out, I've been eating what I like again. See, that's what life is about. You make choices, and you make the choice of what you want, what makes you happy. You see, Dragon is doing something that, yeah, we've talked that she's, oh, I'm so tired, and I'm working out again. But she made a decision. She said, you know what, if I'm going to eat this, then I got to do this. Well, so she's working out, but she's eating what she enjoys eating, but she's working out. So it balances off. And I understand that. I see where she's coming from. So I'm very proud of Dragon, what she did, because she took the hardest thing. She did the hardest thing anybody can ever do, to do anything, but to do this is, especially working out. She took the first step. That is the hardest thing. You see, it's been a lot easier for her. And it's the hardest thing that a person can do, is taking the first step. Being happy is also part of what you need to do for yourself. You can't go around thinking or trying, how do I say this? You can't go around trying to make other people happy when you're not happy for yourself. I have to be happy before I make my family happy. And that's one thing Itza loved about me when she first met me. Did I have my problems? Of course. Who doesn't? Everybody has their problems. Everybody. I don't care who you are. We may not, you don't have to show them to everybody. You don't have to say anything to anybody. But we all have our, I don't care what you call them, deep secrets, deep problems, whatever. But when you know what your, what's, how do you say it? When you know what your problem is, you find a solution, and then you work it out. that's it's not the 100% key to it, but you got to work with it. I have a massive sweet tooth. You need a dentist, girl. I'm just messing with you, Red. I know how you feel. Oh God. Yeah, I know what you mean. Last night, we went. Now you talking about that, man? Mom gave us some Krispy Kreme donuts yesterday. Oh my God, my kryptonite.
Yep.
I mean, they're so small, but oh no, Mom, give them away. Well, you got to take them because we're if you don't, we're gonna eat them all. Well, you shouldn't have bought them. But what do? Can't say no to Mom. Can't say no to Mom. You gotta you. Okay, Mom. All right, we'll take them off your hands. I don't want to. I don't want to, but we'll take them off your hands. As I put them in the car, gladly and smiling, I took them off her hands. So what do? And what do? We ate them. Why? Because that's what we do. We love our parents, so we have to do that. Oh, you would be in trouble in my house. Oh my God, your neighbor works for Krispy Kreme. Oh my boy, okay, babe, tickets, fly, let's go. We're going to Tennessee. Let us know when the weather's good.
Right?
Man,
We are there.
yeah, but Red's gonna be going. Did you come visit us, or did you come visit the Krispy Kreme donut guy?
Do we have to answer that?
Maybe. Where's Joe? Uh, I think he's drinking coffee with the Krispy Kreme guy. I think he's doing his cup of JoJo with the Krispy Kreme guy. Oh my God! Now that would make me happier. No, but all kidding aside, I think Dragon, you showed a lot of uh, strength for yourself. You don't blame me. I got you, girl. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think Dragon, you showed a lot of strength, and that's the first step. That's the hardest thing. But hey, Eve, my first step would be to meet your neighbor, and make sure he has at least a couple dozen of those Krispy Kremes. Oh man,
I mean,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just
awesome.
saying.
That's awesome.
What?
I'm like, that's awesome to have a neighbor like that.
He just hands them out. Oh my God, I'd be there in disguise. One with the red hair wig, another one with the brunette, another one with the blonde. I'll put a skirt on. I don't care. I'd be like, hello,
I trade.
hello, it's Josephine.
She
And then
says,
the next one would be, I'll trade chili, homemade soap, and banana bread for donuts. I'll make them fajitas, brisket, a T-bone steak, potatoes, red potatoes. And that poor man. Oh man, I tell you.
that's funny.
Oh, I tell you, I would have a blast giving that man whatever. Hey, dude, what do you want to cook? What? Bacon and eggs? Gotcha. I'll buy a grill. I'll buy a Blackstone griller just to make that. Me and Atlas will go fishing just to make him fish for those crispy donuts.
Krispy Kreme donuts.
Ah, those donuts are. I don't know why, but those donuts are one of the best donuts. I don't know what they do for the donut, but man, they're addictive. Oh my God.
They are. Shoosh. just melt in your
And
mouth.
mom was just so like, "Are you sure, mom? Don't I can't say no to you, mom. Okay, fine, 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 fine." Oh man, after I mean, it's cheesecake and then those donuts. I'm telling you, woo. My favorite is a small local bakery here, and I love their donuts. I'm telling you, girl, they're I don't know what they do, but uh in my hometown in Sitton, there was a small bakery, just a people would call it a hole in the wall, and there were they'd have all kinds of sweets, but I don't know what it was, but yeah, and melt in your mouth exactly. The you like you'd go in there and that you smelled the batter, whatever it was. I don't know, but I'd watch them make. They knew us since we were kids, but we'd go in there as an adult, and I'd go visit my mom and dad, and I'd go tell them, hey, you want some sweet bread? So I'd go get some sweet bread, and they had donuts, and I'd buy like. My mom would say like, "Why'd you buy 2 dozen donuts?" I said, "Well, woman, don't worry about it. One dozen going to back home with me, and you can keep the other dozen." And she'd be like, "Well, yeah, but you're eating half of them." I said, "Well, yeah, well, I bought you the other stuff though," and we'd sit there. My dad and I would sit there, and we would munch out on those donuts with coffee, and it was like, oh my god, they were just like melt. I mean, I don't know what I don't know. And then I'd take them home. I'd drive back to Corpus, which was about a 40-minute drive, and take them home, and then I'd just put them in and they were in a box, nice, and man, they were just good times, good times. Exactly. A dozen for now, a dozen for later, and oh man, and you know what the sad part is I'd gobble down 2 or 3 before I even get to Corpus. Oh, and I'd say, Joe, why are you eating them? They're supposed to be for later. No, nope. Oh my God, they were so good. Sometimes I'd stop again at the shop at that donut place and buy another dozen just so I could take them home, and I'd take 2 dozen back to Corpus so I can have them for the week, so I could eat them. And in Corpus, they had a lot of donut shops, but they didn't make them like that lady. Let me know. They just they would put their heart and soul in them to make those type of donut. I don't know, but we knew them for we always knew them. We knew them our whole life practically. That the people just did a good job at it. I mean, they did a great job of it. Atlas is asking for one, the chocolate glaze. Oh, that's what I ate last night is a chocolate glaze. Ooh, after his own uncle, I tell you. Atlas and I were yep. He's after my own heart, I tell you. My little nephew knows. He knows his Uncle Joe. Man, them chocolate glaze last night were like, oh my God. No, man. No wonder I was in a sugar high. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Man, that stuff was good eating, man. I tell you. We had a good lunch. We had a good lunch yesterday and good dessert afterwards here at the house.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because mom buys these donuts, and then she calls Itza and she says, "I have donuts. Come pick them up." And I'm like, "Why do you buy so many?" Because I know you'll eat them. And I'm like, "Oh my God,
I know
mom!"
you would say no.
The only remain on his face. Oh, Atlas, that's funny.
Oh, Bubba, you look so
Oh, that's
handsome.
funny. Oh my
You look
God.
so handsome.
I remember Christians. Christian don't eat donuts though.
No, he doesn't really like donuts. He's not a big fan of donuts.
He's not a big fan of donuts. That's crazy. It's weird. he's more of a what, chocolate chip?
He likes cookies, cake.
He likes chocolate chips, but he likes cheesecake. He loves his cheesecake.
I remember at school they'd be like, "Oh, they have donuts today for breakfast."
Atlas will eat the ones for CJ gladly.
At school they would give him like donuts as a treat, and he would never eat them. He would tell them thank you, but like he would
Yeah,
never eat
the
it.
teachers would freak out, and he don't eat donuts. He goes, no,
Nope.
they won't eat them.
He'll do cookies. He'll do, but he just doesn't like the donuts.
He'd say, I don't want a donut. It's like Christian doesn't drink Cokes.
Yeah.
He'll drink my raspberry iced tea, like the raspberry iced tea I drink, but he won't drink Cokes.
Mm-mm.
He's tasted it. He just doesn't like it.
And
He don't like
that
Coke.
carbonation.
He don't like the carbonation.
That's what
He'll
it is.
drink iced tea, and he'll drink, of course, the Gatorade. No, you gotta order that other stuff.
Mhm.
I don't blame him there. The combination gives me heartburn yeah, I rarely Eats and I drink Cokes every once in a while now. We don't drink. Oh man, we'll drink a Diet Coke or a Dr Pepper every once in a while. Very rare.
I love Diet Coke. I'm a sucker for Diet Coke.
I mean, I don't. The last time I drank a Dr Pepper was, oh shoot. I remember I used to drink them daily. Now I don't drink them that much anymore. I've stopped. I think it's the heart. I think my heartburn stopped there too. I was drinking it so much. Yeah, I stopped doing that. Yeah, I haven't drank. Even when we order now, if we order something like that come, I sometimes just like if we're gonna pick up something and we go by the drive-through, I'll just pick up the burger and fries, and if
Yeah.
we don't have to order the drink, I won't order the drink. Dr Pepper cream soda is my favorite, but I usually have English breakfast tea, green tea, coffee, or water. I normally have coffee, black.
No, I'll get a Diet Coke.
Pizza gets a Diet Coke.
I'm a sucker. But my favorite is cherry soda. I love
She loves cherry soda.
soda. But most restaurants don't sell cherry soda. So,
Yeah. If we're on the road and we're driving
or
to
Mountain Dew.
somewhere, I'll buy her Mountain Dew
Mountain
or
Dew
a
is
cherry
my, you
soda.
know what? Mountain Dew is my favorite. Cherry soda is my second.
What's wrong, Snooky?
Because Mountain Dew, I can
We get down there?
do Mountain Dew. What's wrong with me? You want to go with dinner? No?
Coffee's my weakness. Dragon.
I can't do coffee. I mean, it makes me jittery.
Yeah, he too doesn't do coffee too
I
much.
get like, makes my face all like.
The Sonic green tea with watermelon. Oh, wow.
I've never had that there.
Coffee is life. Yes, it is. A cup of Joe. Yeah, a cup of JoJo's always
The only
life.
coffee I can take is a cup of JoJo.
Oh my God. They discontinued the watermelon syrup.
Boo.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. I know. I'll drink the cappuccino every once in a while. Well, most of the time, and then I'll drink black. If I'm somewhere else, I'll just when I order coffee anywhere, I'll just order it black. I won't add anything to it. My mother-in-law just looks at me when we go eat breakfast or anything like that. She goes, "You don't put any cream in it? No, just black. Jet fuel." So I used to drink it in the military. Eats a freaks out. I don't know how you can drink just black coffee.
I have to have like so
Straight up.
much sugar if I do.
No
drink
sugar,
coffee.
no nothing.
It has to be like sweet. I
Yeah.
can't just do coffee like
You know, I wonder why they discontinued popular things like Mate Monster I always drank. They discontinued after I had a heart attack. I was like,
Yeah, well, they had said a lot of those monster drinks were causing heart attacks in teenagers and
oh yeah,
young
Monster.
adults in that age.
Yeah,
Hmm. That could be why.
yeah. I've never had a Monster.
Coconut cream, coffee creamer. Oof, sounds good.
I've never drank those Monster drinks or any other drinks like that. I did have a friend of mine who used to go fishing with, used to drink them constantly, and then he had a heart attack. I'm not saying that that caused it, but he uh, uh he drank them all the time. He drank at least two or three in the morning and then at night.
Every time I love something, they take it away. Uses the caramel cups from Walmart, the Holly Doodle ice cream, the watermelon green tea.
Well, that's about right.
I know. They always take away the real good stuff.
Yeah.
Lipton had a watermelon green tea a year ago, and they took that away too.
It sounds like the movies that we watch. Every time you get into a series of movies, they never come back. They leave you hanging.
It could be a good, like, oh my god, that was so good, and they never.
And then they leave you hanging. You're like, what the hell? Well, they discontinued it. It's not coming back. I said, oh, man.
They canceled it.
They canceled it. I said, damn, that
That
was the
was a
best
good
movie that they ever
show.
had. Netflix loves to do that crap.
But no, let's make
And
30
then they make
seasons
some other stupid movie. Oh,
of Love on an
part
Island.
part three's coming back. Part two's coming back. Well, who gives a rat's ass? I don't. That's a stupid ass.
All those reality
All the
shows.
dumbass reality shows they have that are so fake, man. I'm like, really? Please. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe that.
Exactly. They always discontinue or cancel the good stuff, quitting while they are ahead to go make a mistake.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so true. Just pisses me off. I'm like, man, you got all that good stuff, and then get all these dumbass people playing reality shows that are so fake they can't even act out of a wet paper bag, and yet here you are, dumbass people watching that stupid shit, and I'm like, what the heck? Just just oh my god, just it just chaps me. Anyway, it's like I was reading. What was it? I was reading the other day. Just popped out on the. I was when I was reading the news on the computer, and then I just flips goes on to the next article, and I just read the what it was about, and it caught my eye, and it said what he said the Bachelor, something about the Bachelor, and I said, damn, they still show this, and it said something about that he told one girl that he didn't. He asked one girl to marry her, but then she said no. So he asked the other one that he was in love with her, but that he loved the other one too, but he loved her different than he loved her. But he didn't want to marry her, but he wanted to marry the other one. And I was like,
What?
how stupid are y'all girls that did you believe this dude? And then one girl finally dinged on her. And he goes, I don't think so, dude. I'm leaving. I'll see you. And I'm like, all this drama just so y'all can make the show more so people can get into the drama. And I'm like, oh my God. I didn't read the rest of it. I just kind of like, okay, whatever. But that's how, and I'm thinking to myself, how all the people that watch this show really believe this is true. I mean, I'm like, well,
Really isn't true.
obviously. Oh no, it was from. It was that day that you thought I was when I was laughing.
Oh yeah.
I was watching what's his name. Oh, that comedian that he had his own show. What's his name? What's that guy's name? That not not Jimmy, but the other guy that. Anyway, he was one of the late night shows. That's what it was. I was laughing at he was talking about that guy that he was in love with the one girl and then the one girl with, and I was like, oh my god, what in the world? And you thought I wasn't you thought I was choking because I was laughing so
Yeah,
much.
the way, yeah.
And Ita comes out of the room. She goes, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just
No,
laughing."
not him. Dragon.
What?
Ricky.
No, no, no. It was the other guy. What's his name? The he comes out with the Spanish short dude. Wow, what's his name?
The Spanish short dude.
Yeah, he also comes. He comes out with the little Spanish guy.
Isn't he a Jimmy too, but not Jimmy Fallon, the other Jimmy?
Yeah, I think he's also Jimmy.
Oh no,
No,
the
he's
one with
not
the
Jimmy.
glasses, right?
No, he don't have glasses.
Oh.
He used to have his own show, but then now he's forgot his name.
I
Anyway,
don't know.
he was the one that was talking about it, and he was showing where that guy was trying to explain to that girl that I love you, but I love you differently than I love her, and then but I don't love her. And there was three girls he was talking. I said, what the heck? It was just like, oh my god. And
Stephen
even
Colbert? No.
no, it wasn't Colbert. It wasn't Colbert.
James Corden?
No,
Jimmy Fallon? Seth Meyers?
no, it wasn't Seth Meyer. It's the other dude. What's his name?
Jimmy Kimmel?
Who?
Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel.
I told you the other Jimmy. and you
Well,
said
I don't
no.
know what his name is. Jimmy Kimmel. And he was talking about that bachelor guy, and he was like, "My God, what is wrong with these people?" And I was just like, "Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. What is wrong with these people?"
No, he was trying to name the late night show host dude, Jimmy Kimmel. He's the one that was talking about The Bachelor.
He was the one talking about the bachelor, where he was asking the girls to marry him, and he said that he was in love with with three of the women, but he was in love with them in different ways. What the hell? And they all believed him, and then one of them finally clicked, and she said, "Nope, I'm out of here."
Dragon. OMG, I love The Bachelor.
Oh yeah. Oh my God. It's nothing but stupid drama. No. I can't believe people fall for that. Come on, Dragon. You're better than that.
Yeah, that was the show I could never get into. The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. Or no, I just couldn't get into those.
That is just
But
like.
I watch other ones.
Yes, I know, babe. I don't understand reality shows. It's not reality if it's all fake. It's like the one that they made where you fall in where love at first sight, and then they get married right away. I'm like, really? So fake. And they can't stand each other.
It's so funny though, and I usually only watch Bachelor in Paradise because that's the best.
Oh my God.
They have this show on Netflix called Blind Love or something, and it's like, yeah, they don't see each other, but they talk to each other through a wall, and then it's like, I don't know, like 10 guys and 10 girls, and they talk to all, like,
I would
each
not
of
be
them.
able to marry a straight. Thank you. Yep, that's so true.
Yeah, I know.
Love
And
is
there you go,
blind.
that one. That's the show. And they talk to each other between the wall. All get to meet each other. And then at the end, like in a few weeks, they have to marry. They propose to without seeing each other, just talking. They propose. Then they get married, and then they go meet each other for the first time, live together, meet the family. But they're engaged. It's weird. I'm like, you never even like
It's fake,
seen
babe.
the
It's
person.
fake.
I
It's
know.
fake.
I know, right, Dragon? It is. It's so fake. That show makes me like, oh god, it's so fake.
Watch.
There was like this one girl that was like, oh, I like.
Oh, The
this one guy.
Circle on Netflix. Don't you watch that?
Yes.
Itza
I
watches
love
that stupid show.
Oh my god, they're coming out with the fourth season, but I don't know when it's gonna start, and I'm so excited. I love that show.
That is the most stupidest damn show.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I've
Talk
already
about imposters.
right. The circle with Sobe on it. Would you be catfish or would you be yourself? I'd be catfish.
Oh my God, that's such a.
But it is so good myself. Aww.
Oh my God. Y'all make me sick.
But right, you're not wrong, babe. That is like the ultimate imposter.
That is the
trying to figure
ultimate
out
imposters.
who's the catfish, who's not. But I love that we know. The only thing that I thought was so dumb was last season when they
So
had.
what
that,
is the what gist of the show?
Okay, basically the circle is about they take a group of people and they're living in an apartment, but they don't see each other. They don't ever leave the apartment room, and it's basically like social media. So they talk. They have like their own social media platform that they're on, and they write their own like bios about themselves, and they get to put pictures up. But they could be themselves, or they could be a catfish. So like it could be a guy pretending to be a girl. So he'll have like all these pictures of a girl, and he can be like, oh yeah, this I'm her, but they won't know because you don't ever meet each other till the end. But then they vote for each other on what place they think everybody else is, and then the top people are the influencers, and then they get to vote out somebody from the group. So it's like one of those things. Is like, is this real? Is this the actual person? Or are they faking that they sound legit? Like some people will pretend to have a different occupation, and then they'll like ask them questions about it, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, because they can't use the internet at all. It's just that, but they don't get to type it either. They have to verbally talk to a TV that it's like text to talk, and it'll take their text and or talk to text. What is it? Talk to text. It'll take their talk and make it in text, put the picture up and post it for them. And then the last, and basically at the end, one person will win. I forgot how much is it, like 100. I don't know. It's a lot, 100,000 or something like that. It's a lot of money. But the one that is the highest influencer at the very very end wins. So and they get to meet each other when it's down to like the last 5. And then like if they're a catfish, you're like, oh my god, like I can't believe it, you were a catfish. It's so good. The only thing is last season I was so like that was so dumb. Was the girl who went on there, who was the assistant for Lance Bass from NSYNC, pretending to be Lance Bass. Like, why would you go on a show if you're Lance? Like, come on, people. And Lance let her do it because it was an assistant, whatever. But like it was dumb. Like she played it so bad. They were like, "What would you do with the money?" And she was like, "Like honestly, if you're a celebrity and you're going on there, and you'd be like, I'm gonna donate it to a charity." And she's like, "Oh, I'd use it for this." And they didn't believe her at all. Joe was just sitting there having his show taken over.
It was the most stupidest show I ever that Nitsa was ever watching. I just said, you just wasting your time watching that stupid show.
It is a good show. I really like it.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's interesting.
She just said it was a stupid show because Lance.
No.
What is a celebrity doing coming out
Exactly.
on? That they just did that because it wasn't catching so many fans. That's why, it was dying. That's why they bring out when a show starts bringing out celebrities, it's because their fan base or their people. It's doing. It was here, then it's doing this. So they bring a celebrity so it can so it can come
out
up.
on the show, but
So that's why.
she was catfishing as him, but I was like, why would you
It doesn't
catfish
matter,
him?
but the name brings somebody up because they think, ooh, now people are gonna watch it because is she really gonna? She did so
Well-
bad at it. Yeah, now they're bringing season 4 in there because they're thinking, well, let's try it one more time. What do we got to lose? Well, you're probably not gonna be all that great anyway. It's probably not gonna make it. It's probably gonna do one more season, but they did such a crappy job that they couldn't even give her the right things to say. What
she
is the
was like-
celebrity gonna do?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna buy this. No, dude, you give it to charity, you dumbass. You
I
don't
know.
even know what you're doing.
She upsetted me because she was like, since she was his assistant, she's like, oh, I know everything about him. I know more about Lance than Lance knows. And then like she was like, she couldn't even like answer things or like certain clothing. I was just like, oh
It
my
was all a gimmick because they couldn't let him
But
win.
it's true because when I saw the trailers and I saw that they had the picture of Last Dance, I was like, is he actually coming out on the show? Like, what?
No, they just made him do that because they want
And it
people
wasn't
to.
him.
They want it. It's an ad.
Yeah.
It's a grabber. That's all it is. But
It
people
was a
don't
grabber.
have common sense to pick up on that and say, "Oh, he's not coming out." No, I gotta watch this because, wow, he's coming out. No, he's not. That dude has better things to do than come out on a stupid show like that.
Yeah. I see him on TikTok all the time.
I need 15 more seasons of.
I know, it's
Yes,
so good.
I'm sure you do,
But
Dragon.
the first season cast will always be my favorite. The first season cast, I think, will just always be my favorite.
Lance Bass is also trying to be
Trying to
reach
that.
up. That boy can't read. That boy can't jump from his car seat, much less get his career jump started.
I see him on TikTok all the time. He's always doing the TikTok stuff.
And he still can't make any money. Jesus. Wow. Well, I hope y'all have a beverage in hand because y'all need to take a drink.
Of course, he was my fave. Of course.
Of course, he was your fave. But did he come out in the show? No. They had some crazy woman that didn't know anything about him, but yet she said. And the only reason I knew about it is because I'm over here playing the game, and homegirl's over here watching it on the other TV.
Yeah, because I have another TV in here, so while he plays, if I don't feel like playing games, I watch shows. Because he was the cutest.
I tell you.
But yeah. So sometimes he gets stuck like side watching shows that he doesn't really want to watch.
Oh my God, I've watched shows that I can't get it out of my head. Tell you. I
Denver
have.
thinks mine are super boring.
Huh?
Eve says Denver thinks hers are super boring. I watch cleaning and organizing videos. Do you have Netflix? There's a show on Netflix about those people who do the home box, the organizing stuff. I don't know if you know what the home box is. They sell them like at the hardware, like Home Depot or no, one of those places like that. Anyways, but it's the two girls that do that. Like they go to people's
She don't
houses.
have Netflix.
Oh, you should. You should. Yeah, they go to people's houses and they go reorganize like their closets or their rooms stuff. The show they did celebrities, so they went and they did celebrity homes. So they did like Reese Witherspoon. I think they did Khloe Kardashian.
You imagine how much they charge for that, babe?
Oh yeah, they charge a lot of money.
Exactly. Why would you want anybody to come inside and redo your home?
No, they just did like the closet. Most of them were closets, obviously, like
Yeah,
their
but
shoes
still.
and their dresses and.
Yeah, but you know, their closet is as big as our house.
I know.
So.
But those
No.
those girls also have a show. Like they had like a YouTube little series, like a YouTube
My
channel.
craft studio is a horrible mess.
Okay, well on YouTube they have their own little YouTube channel where they were going and doing like regular people's houses, where they would go and they would reorganize all their stuff. It was cool. It makes you want to get organized, but
No, it doesn't.
yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Makes you want to say you would do it.
Exactly.
It
It
makes
doesn't.
you want to. I have tried 3 times and I can't find a system that works. Exactly.
I can't find a system that works. Just put it in a box.
See, she agrees. It totally does make you. It makes you want to be like, I want to do that. I want to do that. And then you're like,
Obviously,
no,
it does. Obviously, it doesn't.
honestly, they use those containers and stuff, but you're like, that's so smart. But all that stuff is so expensive. Like they did a kitchen and like the pantry and all that. And I was like, ooh, but it's so expensive. I'm like, what? Why are those containers so expensive? I feel like no matter how hard I try to keep everything clean and organized, it just ends up a mess.
Spent 6 months watching what?
Decluttering
Decluttering videos, and
It did.
I
it
did
alongside.
alongside the videos. If you were, man, I tell you, I don't know. I don't know anymore. It's
I
just
even
one of
use
those
my
things.
label maker for the smaller stuff, the small stuff, and the Cricut for the big stuff.
I will send you
I will
proof.
send you proof. If there's no proof, it didn't happen. I like how she says, "Well, I'll
All
send you
right,
proof."
I'll send you proof. Damn it! You can't handle the proof.
The proof is in the pudding. Why is that a saying?
I don't know. Maybe you eat the pudding. I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry, babe. I'll stop talking. This is your
Obviously, it's not. It's the Eats a Pizza show.
show. It's a cup of JoJo with a slice of Eats a Pizza. Ooh, that'd be a good
No, it wouldn't.
title for.
No, it wouldn't. You get your own show. Go on, get.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore, guys.
No, please. If that was true, God, she'd be as quiet as a mouse. But you know that ain't gonna happen. Man, on 3, 2, 1, go ahead. Look at that. She is trying so hard to hold her breath. Oh, oh, good. Wow, she's gonna be quiet now. Okay, we can continue. Everybody's quiet. Oh my God. Jeez. See what you started, Dragon? Oh man, that's funny. Nah, but sometimes, all kidding aside, there's times that I watch shows with Ethan and I'm going, I cannot believe that. And all I'm doing is complaining about that stupid show she's watching.
Oh my God, yes. Sometimes I just like, okay, I'm gonna watch
And
something else.
but I complain until she changes it. Cause God, laughing out loud. What? Yeah, that's about. What are y'all guys doing? What are y'all talking
It
about?
wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Oh my God, I tell you,
If you have to say it wasn't you and you didn't do it,
she did it. You did it, Dragon. You did it. Ah man, I tell you. For some reason, every time I do a chat, it always comes out fine because of y'all. Y'all guys are wonderful. My wife is great. Y'all are great. Y'all, everybody that watches this, I appreciate it. Y'all are wonderful. Thank you for stopping by. I just want to thank y'all right now if I forget to. And I know I hope this isn't boring to y'all, but I just like talking about life and everyday things. We sometimes forget to have fun and laugh and just let the day, just let it all out sometimes, the old saying, just take a deep breath and let it out and, calm down and, you know, sometimes you just gotta just let it out and have a good time. And, I gotta say one thing about my son yesterday. I was walking out there yesterday and he saw me limping when I was walking out. He was, like I told you, my father-in-law has like about in between an acre and a quarter acre and an acre. I mean, it's pretty big lot. I mean, it's huge. But I was walking as he was on the riding lawnmower. I was walking as much as I can, and he saw me limping. Well, afterwards we get home, we shower and everything, and he saw that I was still hurting, and he looks at me and I think he told Itza about my knee, right? What did he say? About my knee was hurting? What did he
oh
say?
yeah, when we were in the kitchen, he was like, so no, what did he say?
What did he say? My knee was, if I was okay about my knee or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. He's like, is Dad okay with his knee?
Yeah.
Is he okay?
Yes, my wife. He has Itza.
I know.
He has mom Itza.
Yeah. And I was like, well, go ask him.
So Itza said, "Well, go ask him." He said, "Do you think Dad's okay with his knee?" So they said, "Well, go ask him." So he comes up to me, and I'm laying like this on my bed, like you see me now, and I'm laying down. And he says, "Are you okay with your knee, Dad?" I said, "Well, it hurts a little bit." And he looked at me. He goes, "Do you mind if I massage your knee? You know, if I kind of move it around a little bit?" I said, "No, you know, you don't mind." So he takes his hands, and he starts moving it around, and he takes my leg, and he moves it around, and then he just and he felt, and he popped, not popping, but he kind of like, he heard a pop, and he popped it back into place, and he freaked out on it. He goes, "Did you hear that?" I said, "I felt that." He goes, "How do you feel?" I said, "Feels better." And he could see that smile on his face, that he felt that he did something, because he felt bad that I was out there, walking around. But I said, "Don't worry about it. I had my knee brace on." But he said that he felt good that he was able to help me with my knee after everything we did. But I told him, I said, that's okay. I said, you helped me. But the thing is that he was so, as a son, as a 16-year-old, it's good to see that he still, he's worries about me. And he tried everything. And I told him, I said, "You got some healing hands." I said, "Maybe you could be a chiropractor. I don't know." And he said, "Well, I've been reading up on some stuff, how the knee and everything." And I'm like, "Wow, man, this dude, he impresses me almost every day." Well, he impresses me every day, but he just kind of like, I don't know. Even with Itza, she has migraines, and he knows what to do to, he takes and he massages her head, and makes her feel better, because he reads on that, and he figures out what he should do to help her feel better. And I don't know what he's gonna become, but I guarantee you, he's gonna. Hopefully, he'll be something good. I mean, I don't. But it just goes to show you that spending time with your family, or spending time with your friends, or doing things that that you need to do, you learn a lot about yourself, and you learn a lot about your friends, and your family, and your kids, and your in-laws, and your mom, and your dad, or whoever. I mean, I know Dragon's been working out with her friend, and I'm sure she's learned a lot more about her friend, and about herself too, about being able, that she knows that she can do a lot more workout. uh, I know that Red and Denver and Atlas have been working on their house, and now Atlas has his own bed, and it's going to take some time for him to do, to get used to his own bed now. I mean, he has a big boy bed now, and that's awesome. I remember when Christian did that, and it's pretty cool. But like Atlas, he's taking the first step. Like Dragon, she took her first step, and I'm so proud of y'all, man. I'm just, taking that first step. And even Red, I mean, her first step of having Atlas with his own bed, and that's that's a mom that knows that her son is growing up, and it's hard.
It's
And man, it's hard to let go. Me as a dad, that Tristan is 16 years old, becoming a young man, I gotta let go, but I can't, man. I can't. I don't know how to let go of him. I know I understand where my dad came from. When 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 I left to the military, I guess I didn't know how hurt he was, or how much it hurt him that I was leaving. But I also understood that he knew I was a young man, and I had to go on, and I didn't realize how much it hurt. And I'm only he's only 16 years old, and he's not even out of high school yet. But it's the first step, even for me. And I know I joke with Itza, that she's gonna have that hard time, but even I'm having a hard time as a dad, as a man, as a grown man, a grown ass man. But seriously, I mean, it's tough. I mean, we take that first step. Christian's gonna have to take that first step, and it's something that they really grow. Yeah, they grow fast. I mean, what do you do? What you can't stop it. We make time, but time is, like I said the last time. Time is always there. We know it's there. We just don't think. He's working on 4, and I'm like, where is that little baby that was? Yeah, exactly. Itza used to say that. I remember I used to carry. There was a picture. Where's that picture where your mom has him? Let me have it. There's a picture
Oh man.
where where we used to just hold on to him. Where. Let's see. How old was he here?
He was just born. He was literally like maybe
Look,
not even a day, or a day. Maybe he was a day old.
he's about a day old right here. Look at that big old head on that boy.
And that's my
Look at that.
mom's hand right
That's
here.
that's grandma's hand right there.
My baby.
Look at that. Look at that
Yeah,
boy.
the camera's on this side.
Look at that boy. 10-pound baby. He's never been little. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Look at that. Look at that boy. Yeah, poor boy. Look at them cheeks, just like his mom.
Oh, baby.
Golly.
I
How old
know.
is this right there? He's not even what?
This one I don't know. I don't remember.
He's probably
Like, not even 4 months?
Yeah, maybe like 3-4 months, maybe.
He's like 3-4 months right there. Look at that.
My baby.
Look at that boy right there. That chunky monkey right there. Look at that.
You look so handsome, my baby.
Man.
Oh, sis, we're not talking about
I'll
Jesus.
tell you. I mean, what do you? He's you know. He's a big. There's just time that.
That's the one.
So me and him aren't together.
Yeah, I don't know if I can shot from
They just grow up so fast. The photo I just sent you, Atlas is 3 months old. She sent you a photo.
Oh yeah, and that photo. Oh,
She sent you 3 months old.
another photo. She sent me one.
Let's see.
Oh.
Look, I'll show you. Dude.
Oh my God.
We'll put it
Oh,
on the camera.
look at that boy. Jeez. Where does the time go? Where does the time go, girl? And he's almost 4. He's never been. Yeah, exactly. And you're a tall person, and it's a big dude. It's a big little boy. In September. It's like I think Christian just turned 16, and February just passed, but it's already March, and then April's coming, and I'm thinking, damn, he ain't got too far along to turn 17. Jesus Christ, man, slow it down, people.
It
Oh yeah, I can imagine. That's why they used to look at Christian when he was we he was in seventh grade, and we went to go buy him football. You know, his football uniform. Well, not his uniform, but his football shoes. And there was a young kid at the school at the place. He was a freshman in high school, and he looks at Chris, and he looks at Christian, and he says, "Well, I haven't seen you in school. Do you play for the Cardinals?" And Christian looks at him. He goes, "Dude, I'm just in seventh grade." Oh man, are you serious? He goes, "Yeah." The guy was a freshman, and he was only like about maybe 5'4", and Christian was already like 5'8", 5'9", and he was just in seventh grade. And this guy was 5'4", and he was a freshman in high school, and he thought Christian was already in high school. I said, "No, dude, he's just a seventh grader." Oh my God! And I was like,
Yep.
"Yeah, he's just seventh
Exactly.
grade, dude. He's not a." Oh man, dude. Then it became eighth grade. I mean, he got taller, and I was like, "Dang, this kid, you know, he just keeps growing." He has a 13 size foot. I can use him for skis. I laugh
Jeez.
about it, but he's a big boy. And Red, I know that you're tall, and in your background, your family's tall, and your boy's gonna be a tall boy. He's gonna be tall. Now, it's just gonna be, that's just what we're looking forward to. Yeah, that's true. I remember Itza used to say that. Just likes the snuggles. Yeah, it's funny because I see Itza go up next to him and give me a hug, and she hugs him, and Itza's by his wayside.
I know. My baby. But he still gives me hugs.
Yeah, he still hugs her. Still says, "I love you." He's not ashamed. He says, love you, Dad, love you, Mom."
Oh yeah.
It's nice. It's nice to know that he's still there. He's everything we wanted. That we teach him so far. But once you get a certain age, you just hope that everything we taught him, it he stays focused with it. Because I think that's what scares me the most, that everything is okay, because the world's not like. I was talking to him the other day that the world's different from when I grew up. Yeah, there's violence every year, every decade, or 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, whatever. But it's different now. It's not that it's more open now. I just told him, you got to be more careful than when I was. When I was, it was more like you didn't, you knew, but you just kind of walked away from it. Now they go head, everybody butts heads about everything and anything, and the weapons that they carry, it's just so different now. It's just not the same as what it used to be. And everybody wants to fight everybody. So yeah, I worry more.
Yeah.
Is it wrong that I worry?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're our kids. We're
I
supposed to
don't
worry
think so
about them,
either.
no matter how old they are.
Because that's what my mom and dad worried about too, all the time.
You know.
Anyway, well, listen. Uh, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. My bosses have said that this is when I'm supposed to be doing it.
You must do it.
So, if the bosses have spoken, the employee must comply. I tell you.
The show's named A Cup of JoJo. It's your show, but you got bosses. You think that's how all shows are?
Cup of JoJo, and I still have bosses. I tell you. Well, the bosses are the people that watch it. So
True.
people have to understand that when you own a business, the bosses are the people that take care of you. So that's the way it goes. No, it's not wrong to worry. My mom still worries about me.
It's true. Like you don't think about
Oh,
it until you have kids.
that's good. It's good to know because I worry about him.
And welcome to the stream.
And welcome to the stream. Thank you. I I worry about my son a lot. He's not the only one. I worry about my nephews. I worry about. Hey, hi. What's going on?
Oh, Diane.
Diane, how you doing, Di? Doing all right? Yeah, I worry about my son. I worry about him going in. He's like I said, he's 16. I don't know. It's just it. Oh, it's your day off. Uh-oh. You going crazy today, dear girl? You gonna go off and go do some crazy things? Well, we're just talking about memories of what we do. Yeah, I worry about my boy. I don't worry about him not knowing what's right and wrong because I think I talk to him daily. It's awesome to see you and the family doing good. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're doing okay.
It's been a bit.
I will be getting knee surgery in April 27th. So keep some good vibes for me. I found out I got my MCL torn, so that's what's been bothering me for the last many years. So I will have a surgery on April 27th. So
Diane says, I'm actually going to go see my old high school friend who I haven't since COVID started, so I'm excited. Gonna go see a movie and gonna get some dinner.
well, good. Have a good time, Diane. Stay safe and be careful, and hope you enjoy your movie and your visit, and enjoy your meal. She said hi, Ita.
I know, I'm answering
Oh, okay.
in chat.
Yeah, I think we've I mean, well, on a daily basis we've always talked to Christian, I mean, to our son. I've I've always been one to sit him down and tell him what's going on, how everything is going with him. I've tried to.
Ever since he was little.
I've tried to tell him what goes on. I mean, he loves sports. He loves he, he plays chess. He loves football, baseball. He loved baseball. But he loved football more. Uh, Very smart kid, an A student. Uh, he's a tech boy. He loves computers.
Oh,
He's just one of them kids that knows. Well, he knows computers. He's like his mom. Thank God. You too, Diane. Take care. No, I understand, girl. I'll be doing this on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. So get your cup of JoJo ready so you can have a cup of your favorite beverage. So I'll be doing the chats more often now. I had been feeling under the weather the last week, so I've been sick. So I just got better. And today I hadn't streamed for a whole week. Anything. I hadn't done anything for the whole week. So. Oh, I will. I'm gonna be getting some more rest. Believe me. And I thank you for your care and for your kindness. I really appreciate that. I'm still kind of like still dazing. My wife's been real. My wife has been playing the good nurse
For now.
for now. No, she's been doing real good with me, and thank God. I saw the doctor Monday and again, and been doing better. So
Diane says she's
yeah,
gonna have Mondays off, so when she starts her new job, so she's excited to participate.
that's good. Good. I'm glad, Diane. Yeah, I want to do this on a regular basis. I'm hoping to do a couple hours a day. If it goes longer, that's fine. If it doesn't, but at least 2 hours, like I said, Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. Uh, and we're just gonna talk about anything that comes up. I also love computers too. I know everything about them, but just don't know how to build them yet. Yeah, congrats on your new job, uh, Diane. Yeah, I I wish I knew about computers. I mean, I know about some of them, because of my wife and my son. I don't know how to build them. We do have a nephew. I have a nephew that knows how to build them, but he lives in Houston. But that's like 7, 8 hours away from here. But I don't know. I don't know how to build them.
Shadowy Foe has gifted a tier 1 sub to Didochi, which is Diane. They are
Oh,
given. Oh, yeah. So.
well, thank you, Eve.
And Eve has gifted a tier 1 sub to AOCU_fan.
Eve, thank you so much, Eve. Oh,
Oh
girl.
my gosh.
There you
Eve.
go. Y'all are, now y'all can watch without the ads.
Got the commercial.
Thank, thank
Thank
Eve.
you.
Thank
Thank
Shadow
you.
Foe.
That is 4 gifted subs that Eve has gifted.
Eve, you are the bomb, Eve. I don't know what to tell you, Red. I don't know what is. And look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. Is that 10?
Yeah. It didn't say, but yeah, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's 10.
Oh my God, Eve. You are the bomb.
Thank you for the bits, Eve. 10. Oh my gosh. And
Thank you.
Dragon says she'll be back. Stu just threw up. Aw.
Oh, Stu, I hope you feel better, Stu. Oh, man.
And little puppy.
Oh, Stu, the puppy wuppy. Man, thank you for everybody that is still watching, and thank you everybody that's come and gone. I really appreciate y'all just sticking around listening to.
Sorry, there was a.
What is wrong with you, woman? You're scaring me.
There was
My wife is trying to slap me from across the room. I don't know what's going on. I'm just joking.
I was not trying to slap you.
It took her a while. I'm just
Oh yeah,
joking.
Nicole. Her name is Nicole. If you want to call her Nicole.
Oh, Nicole.
That's right. I remember your name was Nicole.
Nicole. It's my daughter's middle name. Nicole. It's a beautiful name. I got to give you that, Nicole. Beautiful name. That's my daughter's middle name. Her first name is Ashley. Ashley Nicole. You know, as a friend of ours say, fun fact. My daughter and my son, to my first marriage and now, they're born on the same day, February 23rd. 19 years apart.
Yep.
But two different marriages.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, right? My dad had two daughters, my sisters, born on the same day, December 24th, 13 years apart. It's crazy, huh? Yeah, I mean, like father, like son, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Christian was supposed to be born in March.
Yep. It was supposed to be March. What did they say first? March 8th?
March 8th, and then
And
they
then
said
they said
March
March
12th.
6th.
No,
No.
6th or 12th.
March. No, at first they said March. I think at first it was March 12th.
March
and
12th, and they went to March 8th, and then they went
said
March 6th.
And I
So-
had it February 23rd. They were off.
I got paid. Time to share the wealth. I'll send you my address in a little bit. Red.
Thank you, Red. We appreciate it.
No, Red, you are a sweetheart. Dang, Red, what am I gonna do with you, girl? Jeez.
Nicole says that is her middle name as well. Her first name is Tanisha?
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 Is that the way you say it, Tanisha?
Or Tanisha? Or
Did we say it right, Tonisha?
I hope so.
I am bad with names, girl.
I try. Where I used to work, I would have to say their name, bunches of different names.
I hope I said it right, Tonisha. Very pretty name, though.
Very pretty.
Of course, I'm biased to Nicole, so, you get that one for free, girl. I'm telling you. You get that for free. Nah, I'm just joking with you, but... No, I'm just, like I said,
Your birthday is August 3rd. She'll be 37. Girl, my birthday is August 1st. And I'll be 38. Right? 38? Right? Or 37? 38?
You see what I'm saying? She's asking me how old she's going to be. Oh, yes, you said it right.
Yeah.
Of course. What can I say, girl? You know what I'm saying? I'm just messing with you. Now that my wife will be 38, but she's losing her mind, so she'll be like 50 or something like that. I'm just messing with her. I love my wife.
August baby is you.
August, her birthday's August 1st. 37. Y'all some young whippersnappers. Yeah, I Tonisha Nicole. It's a pretty name.
Eve said.
They are what?
I just leveled up. My son is running and having the cat chase him and giving him treats. They are tiring each other out while I work.
Oh my God.
Better for you.
Yep. Yeah, I've been. It's just one of those things. I've always wanted to do a podcast, like I told my son, or just a chatting. And then when I got into this, it's been. Oh, August 1st is my uncle's birthday. So cool.
Yay! That's awesome.
It's a lot of August babies.
August baby.
I got some nieces and nephews in August too. So weird. Atlas is in August. September 16th. Wow, my sister's is September 17th. Julia. My sister's birthday, September 17th.
And Atlas was supposed to be due September 16th.
Huh?
Atlas was supposed to be due.
Wow. That is crazy. They induced me on the 18th because they estimated him at 12 pounds and thought might need medical. Oh my God.
Wow.
Glad they were wrong. And look at him now, running around after the cat. I bet that cat's like, who's this big old giant trying to get me? I bet he won't mess. I bet that cat don't mess with him.
They're playing tag.
They're playing tag. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I know, man. I think it's a scary thing watching. I mean, not scary. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful thing watching your kids grow up. I'm not. I'm not. I'll never say that it's not, because it is a wonderful thing. And my dad always told me it's not the world that is scary. The world always is the world. The world is always the world. It's the people in the world that make things scary. Always remember that, I never forget that, because I always hear people say, "Oh, the world is a scary place." No, it's not the world. It's the people in it that make it scary world. It's
Yeah.
beautifully heartbreaking because you want to hold them on every. Yeah, they grow up so fast, and you want to be there, and you can't be there 24/7 because they're gonna go. They're gonna they're gonna grow up.
And like we tell Christian too, it's not that we don't trust you, it's we don't trust people.
It's exactly. It's not you that I don't trust. It's the other guy, and it's funny because my dad used to tell me. I used to ask him, "Hey, Dad, can I use the car?" He goes, "Well, where are you going?" I said, "Well, I want to go wherever." Atlas.
She said, "Have you seen a wet koala or a shaved bear? I think the world can be pretty scary."
Well, I think the world. I think it's the people. Animals are scary, but once again, I think the world is the world. I think it's the things and the animals and the people in it that are scary. Because without any animals or people, the world is just the world. The world is perfect. I mean, think about that. We're the ones that want to try to make everything. We, I think people are always trying to find shortcuts to make things easier. Nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to do anything. And I don't mean work like go out there and and I'm just talking about. And I understand making things easier. I don't get me wrong. There's things that we do have to have make it easy, whatever. But everybody, so many. There's people that are looking for that quick scam. Scamming the elderly, scamming. You know how many times I get calls from this is the VA that are asking you for this, and I know it's not the VA, and or else I get like, for instance, I got surgery for my heart twice. The VA paid for it. They send me a bill through the VA saying this is not a bill. This is how much they paid for it. Then you do not owe anything. Then I get another letter that tells me I owe 3,000, 3,000 or $6,000 for this whatever uh, appointment, whatever, and it's a scam. It's from somebody that acts like it's the doctor that I had, and it's not. It's not the doctor. And then sometimes it is the doctor that's trying to double bill you to see if the veteran will pay it. So I take that bill to the VA, and my doctor sees it, and then they take that doctor off the list because that doctor is trying to bill you to see if you're going to pay it.
He had said not when you're treated like a number. Like with the job Ita and I had, just dump you at every chance, and they are a big company. I want to work, but I know my worth, and I want to thrive on my paycheck, not choose which bill to pay every month.
Exactly. No, no, and I know that. That's why I kept telling Itza, you need to get off that job. You need to quit. I hated her complaining and working all those damn hours and not getting paid the right, what she was worth. And I kept telling her, you need to quit. You need to quit. I don't like scammers. They get on my nerves. Exactly, exactly, Nicole. They do get on your nerves, and they get on my nerves because they act like, oh, yeah, this is so. Shut. You're nobody. Just like, I think Eve was it you, Eve, that said that you start asking them questions. Yeah, you scam them back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they don't pay you for the amount of work that you do in some jobs, and it's, oh my God, it's just so frustrating, and then it's, it gets to you, and it frustrates you, and you're like, what am I, why am I doing this? What, why? But at the same time, there's people that don't have anything else that they can go do, so that's why they take, and they take it, and they take it, and they take it, and then they just lay them off like like they're nobody. That's what's so bad. That's the reality of a corporation that doesn't care about their employees. They treat you like crap, and then they expect you to perform at a high level, but they treat you like you're nobody.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that people should be treated with more respect than that when you work for a corporation. But corporation, all they see is dollar bills, and that's all they care about. They care about their mighty profits, and they care about their yachts. They care about their luxury homes. They care about what the wife is gonna wear, what the husband's gonna wear, what their kids are gonna wear, what private school they're gonna be put in. They care about what they're gonna eat, where they're gonna eat, how much their chauffeur is gonna get paid, how much they're, whatever. They care about their properties. They don't care about you. They don't care about the people that are actually making that money for them. And the sad part about it is that if those people won't quit on them because they need that job so that they can live. It's never going to stop unless the people that work for them just quit on them and say, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to take it no more. Exactly. They pay you, do the job for three or four people, and they pay you for one. I used to tell each of that all the time. I used to get yelled at in the military all the time because I would tell officers and I would tell higher ups that, you know what, you don't like it, you can come and and you can come and do my rounds. Well, I'll take your rank. Take it. I don't care. Send me home. I'd rather be home in a nice, comfortable bed than sleep on the sand. No matter to me. After a while, you can only take so much. But they never did anything like that because those people in charge don't want to do anything. They want you to do everything for them. And the thing is that they have us down there. They have everybody down there working their butt off so that they can do anything. Yeah, you're right, E. You're right. After getting a better job, I realized our work culture is bad here. Yeah, it is. It's real bad.
what they go off of, and they know. They know.
They know. What are you gonna do? And it's like they're telling you to your face, what are you gonna do? Quit?
You can't quit.
What are you gonna do? Quit? Because what are you gonna do? How are you gonna feed your family? And it's like that's what they're telling you. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna feed your family? You need this job. You can't do it without that. And that's what's so sad about it. And I would tell you, I said, I understand why people don't do it. And I know that. And I would tell her, you have me to take care of you, in certain way, financially because I'm retired. But what about the people that don't have nobody, that are single, that are, single mothers, single fathers, single, that are just single period, that need that job? That's why they have a rope on you and they twist it and twist it. And what are you going to do? You have to work. People have to work. And that's the sad part of society right now, that these corporations know that they can do whatever they want with you and treat you like you are like you said, a number, and they don't care, because there's, for every person that quits, there's 15,000 of them that want that job, and they start you all over again and say, oh, she quit, she was making $20 an hour, give this one $10 an hour. We'll just pay this one half what the other one was making, and we'll save that other $10, and we'll work her 3 times harder than we worked the other one.
Yeah, like when they let me go, I wasn't good enough to stay, or I wasn't. They didn't need me there, but I could go back
Yeah.
to the bottom and start over again if I wanted to. They told me,
Yeah.
"Oh, you could start in the bottom again."
It's like they told Itza, oh, we'll let you go, but you know what? You can reapply, but we're gonna start you at the bottom again. She's gonna go from 21.50 to go down to what, $12 an hour. Really?
Yeah, like
Why the hell is she gonna work as go down to the bottom when she's already worked 8 years for you and went up to that, to right there where 3, 4 tiers up already, and go back to the bottom? Why? Because you want to save money? Because that's how they perform. But there's some people that do that because they need the job. Because $11 or $12 an hour is better than a zero. And the old saying, half a loaf of bread is better than no loaf of bread. That's what we were taught in sales. Hey, when you make a sale, you either get half a commission or zero. So half a loaf is better than no loaf. And that's the truth of the workplace. That's just the way they do it, and it's getting worse as it goes along, as it gets into the future. The future's not getting better for the working class. It's getting worse. They're not trying to better it for us. They're making it worse for the working class. They don't care about the people. It's just, I don't know. I've seen kids that have said, I'll never join the military. And I just saw a kid join the military that said that he'd never join the military. You ask him why? Because he has nothing to do. He just proposed. So he joined the military. And I think he joined the military because he just got married. He's getting married. There's no, I guess that's the only way he thinks he can support his new wife to be, his fiance. And I'm like, wow, it's crazy. Even the military's changed. But what do you do? What do you do? There's nothing you can do. I don't know. People don't want to listen to the truth either. They just say, oh, it's just you don't want to work. Oh, you're just lazy. No, not that you're lazy. Just that they don't want to pay anymore either. I don't know. But hey, that's the way it goes, I guess. Hey, thank you for the follow there, Dick Storm. I appreciate it. See that?
Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream, man. I think there's times that we that we see things,
You're a cookie.
huh? Appreciate it, man. I think there's times that we see things in a different light, and people don't appreciate it, but there's a lot of truth behind it, and people don't want to know the truth, but you just gotta say it straight up, and then people, there's people that don't want to. There's people that want to keep their blinders on, and they don't want to see. They don't want to see what the truth really is. Yeah, I am a pretty cool geezer, man. That's just. I'll be 59 in May.
59.
59?
What? That's not what you told me.
Shut up. My
I'm
wife.
just joking.
Yeah, well. Yeah. I just want to be one of those, just be honest with people, just not nobody's a you know what?
Look a day over 40.
You don't look a day over 40. Hey, you're pretty cool there, Dick Storm. You're all right, man.
It's strong.
Strom, you're all right there, buddy. Especially for a name like that. I like it. Day over 40. See? Damn, I look good. That's right. Nah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the only thing that really is, it's not that I like it, but it's like the gray hair. If this wasn't gray hair, like no one would think.
Well,
Because you don't have like.
I
gray
don't
hair.
have my dad didn't get gray top hair till he was in his mid 60s. By the time he was in his 70s, he was a silver fox.
Nicole.
What?
59. What? You meant 29.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. You're my favorite now.
Wait. Now you're making him younger than me, Nicole. Wait a minute.
Good job. You are my favorite. No, but kidding aside, I am only 30.
Wait, what?
I love this. Y'all have made my day. This house is cleared.
Now I'm going to have to go all day hearing how he looks in his 20s.
Hey, what can I say? I might take a drink to that one. Have a little raspberry tea here. Yep. Merca. What's up, Zuski? What's up, my little boy? Oh, my little snooky. What, my boy? What? What's up? You want me to pet you? Oh, my boy. Here's my boy right here. Say hi. Say what's up right here. Look. Hey.
And he turned around.
Zuski, over here. Look, big boy. There's my boy Zuski.
Whoa.
Oh, what was that about? That's my boy Zeus. He's paralyzed. He's a paralyzed. He about, well, I'm going about 5 years now. 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's nothing we could do. He's a Chiweenie. He got paralyzed
5 years.
about 5 years ago. But we've been taking care of him. We love our pup.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a good little doggy. His birthday's coming up.
Yeah. September 13th.
September 13th, actually, his birthday. He's a good boy. Yeah, he's a good dog. He was funny because when he was able to run around. He'd run around in the backyard, and he'd sprint, and he looked like a little deer just jumping over things and stuff like that. I've always had dogs. I had when we moved here in 2007 when I bought the house. He was well. I didn't have him. I had a Jack Russell, and I had her daughter, half Jack Russell and half, believe it or not, half Jack Russell and half uh, Lab. And I had two labs. I had chocolate, well, reddish, golden, and a golden lab, golden retriever. They both lived to be 13, and my Jack Russell Honey lived to be 16, and then her daughter, she was pure white like snow. She lived to be 17 years old. When Honey passed away at 16, she had cancer twice. The first time we took care of it, the second time it came back. There was not much else we could do. We had to put her down, bless her heart. We
Welcome back, Dragon.
One of our neighbor, welcome back, Dragon. One of our neighbor from the shop, when we had the shop, gave she found out that we had to put Honey down. Gave me Zeus. My son named him Zeus, and we've had him ever since. But when he got paralyzed, we took him to a specialist. Yeah, it's rough losing a dog. I tell you, man, my heart still with Taz and Tango. That was oh man, ooh, that was tough because I had them when they were 6 weeks old, both of them. And the thing was that they were a friend of mine gave them to me, and they were selling those dogs for. He was selling them for a lot, but he wanted, I've always helped him in. I used to drive the big trucks, so in the military, so I drove a couple of 18-wheelers for him with watermelons, believe it or not. And he gave me those two dogs. They were 8 weeks old, and those dogs sold for like $350. But he gave them to me. He knew I was gonna take care of them. Oh, my heart just Tank. She had cancer. Yeah, man, that hurts. Honey, oh my God, she had a tumor that grew back. First time we
Mammary cancer.
Mammary cancer, they called it, right?
Which is basically breast cancer.
Yeah, it was
in
like
dogs,
breast
it's
cancer in
mammary
dog.
cancer.
Yeah, she was beautiful. Yeah, but it's hard losing dogs, man. Oh my God. 145 pounds. Oh my God, she was a big She was a Rottweiler, man. That's a big doggy. Those are beautiful too, though. Yeah, but I lost. But those dogs, man. The vet was like, I don't know what you're doing there, Joe. But man, you're taking care. I said, oh, I take care of dogs. I worked with dogs in the military. I said, I love dogs, man. Don't worry. I grew up with Chihuahuas and German Shepherds. My dad loved German Shepherds, so we took care of the dogs. I have to go, but I'll stop at some point today. Okay, buddy. Hey, thanks, Sticker. I appreciate it, man, and thank you for the follow, brother. Have a good day. Take care of yourself.
Mondays,
Well, yeah,
Tuesdays.
I'll be doing the chats on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, man. I also stream games and stuff like that, like Call of the Wild, fishing, and what is it? Assassin. Creed Odyssey. So, hey, stop by whenever you can, my brother. All right. Thanks a lot for stopping by, man. Thank you for the follow.
Have a good day.
Have a good day, man. Take care of yourself. Be safe.
Nicole says, may the doggies rest easy and peaceful.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Zeus is 8 years old.
Zeus is 8 years old.
Mom, baby.
Yeah, he's our baby. He's a spoiled little brat. He's like his mom. He's a spoiled
I
brat.
do spoil him an awful lot.
Yeah, but he deserves it. He's a good dog. He's a wonderful dog.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's a wonderful dog.
he wants kisses.
He's a good
Come
dog.
on.
There he is right there. Look at him. There's
He
Zuski.
wants kisses.
There he is. He's spoiled brat. He's a spoiled. He's in his bag right now. We put him in a bag, that way he can walk around. He walks on his back legs a little bit, but when we took him to the vet, they told us that he wasn't able to. And he's on a special diet because he was on some pills when he got sick, and it kind of messed up his kidneys.
Yeah.
So we have to put him on a special food diet, and he's been on that for. He was in a hospital for 4 days. So
Yeah, he was.
you're welcome there, Dicker. You have a good one, man. So he was on a special diet. Well, he's on a special diet. He's been on it for about a year now, right?
Yeah, about a year.
About a year
He's
now.
on
So
a kidney
A
kidney diet.
Yeah, a kidney diet. So we take care of him. He's a good dog. He's a wonder. He's beautiful. He's a wonderful dog. And it's just so oh man, it's hurtful when you they're family to us. They're our family. He's a family. He's a family dog.
Like when we went to my parents yesterday, he came with us.
Oh yeah, we when we went to go mow my father-in-law mother-in-law's yard. He comes with it, and he knows we're going. We start packing his little bag, and he starts hopping around, and he starts. And he goes straight to the door. He goes straight to the front door like, you ain't leaving without me, homies. Nope, 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 nope. I'm going with you. You ain't going nowhere without me. Nope. Right, Dad? And he looking at me like, I'm going, right, Dad? Yes, Zeus, you're going with us. Relax. I'm just going to go turn on the car. I'm going to put this in the back. You're coming with us, okay? Everything's fine. And then he loves the truck because he used to go with me in the truck. But no. We're going in the car. We're going to leave the truck here. And he's like looking at me like, well, where? I'm like, which way you go? So my son picks him up and takes him to the car, and he knows. He loves our son. I mean, he's always with him. And my son is homeschooled, so when my son is going to homeschool, he sits on his bed. So when my grandfather was in the hospital, I stuffed their chihuahua in my purse and stuck him in there.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool. I bet he loved that. Grandpa loved that, didn't he?
If he fit in there, I would have done the same thing.
I bet old Grandpa loved that, huh, Red?
Well, as soon as we got to my parents' house yesterday,
Zeus, you handsome. Yeah, he's just as handsome as his daddy.
Nicole said, Zeus, you handsome puppy with a bunch of hearts.
Oh, you stole the show, Zeus.
Yeah, when we got to my parents' house yesterday, the first thing my mom does, she gives me a hug real quick, and then she's like, let me have Zeus. She carries him.
Yeah,
Holding him.
and it's funny because when she first, this dog this, and this dog that.
And
now she's all,
he doesn't
yeah.
carry him, but at first he was like, why do you treat dogs like that? Like, they're just dogs. And now he's like, he likes Zeus.
Nurses were so confused why my purse was growling. I get coffee to cover it up until my throat was sore. Oh, Red, I tell you, man,
Oh my
you
gosh.
are. Oh my
These are
God.
crazy things. I would be so nervous though. I'd be like,
Oh man, I tell you, and it's funny because that you talk about your grandpa, my father-in-law. At first, he's just a dog. Now he's like, hey Zeus, what's going on? And it's funny how dogs can change a person's attitude and is their outlook in life. They just change you because they're just lovable, man. They're just.
I heard that people that have dogs live longer.
That's probably true. But my thing is that
Better
they have
hearts.
I don't know. They just have that dogs just unconditional love. That's what I'm talking. That's what I wanted to say. They've always had that unconditional love of people. I hate it when people hurt animals. I'm a dog lover. I've I've never owned a cat. Uh, I love cats. Don't get me wrong. I've just never owned a cat. Uh,
He says, we didn't think he was going to make it, and I didn't want any regrets. So I stuffed an angry chihuahua into my purse and hoped that he didn't pee or bite me.
Hi, Eve. But I just hate when people hurt animals. Period. And I'm talking about domestic animals, and I've heard bad stories about animals going, crazy on the, but there's got to be a reason, I mean, there's, I don't know, there's just, I don't know, I don't know. It was named LS because.
That's okay.
That is so funny.
That reminds me of that movie with what's his name? What's his name? Keaton Tut. What's that guy that played Keaton Tut? That used to.
Oh, Steve Martin?
Steve Martin. He called his dog shithead. Oh, that was funny.
What movie was that?
That movie where he made that glasses.
The Jerk?
The Jerk. Oh man. LS. That's funny. Yeah, we've been, like I said, we've been. Oh man, reminiscing so many things. It's so fun. Dogs, cats. Anybody ever own a bird?
He had little man syndrome bad. Thought he had something to prove. Eve says.
Oh, really?
My my mom's mom had a parrot. His name was Paco.
Sorry, I'm looking through my
mom used
my
to
sister.
take care of the parrot whenever my grandma would go, visit, like her other kids in the other states or whatever, her family. And overnight, I remember one time when we had him, she taught him to say his own name. She would go up to him and go, Paco, Paco. Well, he wouldn't shut up. He kept saying it after he learned it. It was like, oh my God. It was crazy. Dragon says, well, Stu has finally settled, so I'm going to lay down with him. And Nicole says, yes, dogs are amazing. And don't forget cats. They have that one extra gift that only makes humans feel important. That's what the Heavenly Father gave to them. Maybe it's just me that see that. No, cats are good too.
Oh no, I love cats.
And one of my friends always had cats, and they were really nice too. And they're cute, they're sweet. I think just like whatever pet that you connect with in general. My grandmother had a bird, said Eve, a parakeet parrot mix named Ladybird. Always landed on my head to hang out. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I remember when my mom was taking care of it, the bird got out of the cage. I can't remember why it got out, but he got out of the cage. And we had to go searching for him all down the street. And we couldn't find him. So my mom put the cage outside the house open and left it there. And he came back. Like later that night or the next day, he flew back to his cage. My mom was like so happy because she was so scared that my grandma was going to get mad because that was my grandma's bird. My grandma liked birds. She had like a cage, like, bird cages in her backyard with little birds that she would feed. Eve says, my cat is becoming a sweetheart. Just needs to grow up and settle down a little. He's still a punk apple.
I'm sorry. I was just reading on my. As some of y'all know, my sister has been in the hospital. She's still there. She's doing better. She's doing some speech therapy and some physical therapy for walking. She's uh, she's doing better. She's doing a lot better. She's eating regular food. My sister said that her date to come home is on the 31st of March, which is a week from now, I believe. So right now they're gonna have her the my sisters that are being taken care of. They're gonna go and go through a session of what to do when they get home. They're gonna have somebody go over, like a provider to help until she gets better to for walking. She's been laying down so much that they have her standing up. She's been standing up on her own, but she still needs help. So she's doing a little better. For all of y'all that don't know, she has brain cancer, uh, bone cancer, uh, ovarian. That's called
Yeah.
ovarian cancer, uh, and she'd been through a lot with in the past for a while now. Uh, and she just had brain surgery, so she had her brain was swelling. So they had to do brain surgery to take a lot of fluid out of her. So she's doing better. She's talking a little bit better. But she's not there yet. So but compared to the way she was the last couple weeks, she's doing a lot better. But it's gonna take some time. It's still gonna take a lot of time. But her coming home on the 31st is a big thing. So uh, that's good. That that's good. So she's doing real good now. Right now. So we'll see what's in store for us for my sisters and for her next week. So uh, that's why I was reading it because they've been texting. So well, they just text. So we'll see what happens with her and just little by little. It's just uh, it's a work in progress and it's gonna take a lot of time. So we'll see what happens. So she was getting fed by tube, but with a tube. So now that she's eating by herself, that's a big plus. So that's good. Yeah, yeah, that is good. Okay, no problem. So that's letting y'all know about that. So if y'all give me some good vibes for her and pray for her, I'd really appreciate that. It's my baby sister. She's a year younger than me, so I'll be when I turn 59 in May, she'll turn 58 in September. September 5th actually. So, yeah. Yeah, so her and I are very close. She's the one that I got the baseball. I talked earlier about having a good vacation. She's the one that I got the baseball in the Houston Astrodome back in the 70s from Jose Cruz. I got a baseball and it was for her. Well, they gave it to her, and I'm the one that called Jose Cruz over so she can get the baseball. So that was pretty good. So yeah, she means a lot to me. So you know, she's my baby sister. So she means a lot. So I just asked for some prayers. Sorry about that. Just trying to get comfortable. So, just a little prayers. See what happens. But anyway, everything all right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, how long we been here? Oh man, 4 hours. Man, time's been
Dang.
gone.
On a chat.
Man,
Ooh.
I tell you, I'm just doing pretty good. I guess
Yeah.
been doing pretty well. Do you know how to stop this after?
Yeah, you just tap the screen on the
Oh,
bottom.
okay.
It says
No, I'm just asking. She's definitely a fighter. Tell her stay strong. I got her back. Oh, Nicole, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, she is. She's had cancer for. She's 57 since she was about 52 years old. She's had four different types of cancer. So yeah, she's my hero. She's been. I know I've been in the military. I've retired military, and I've seen some crazy things, but not like her. She's fought. She's been fighting a fight that she can't see who the you know when you can't see the enemy. It's I think it's worse. And so cancer sucks. So she's been really fighting hard. So I'm praying that she does she makes it out of this. And it's hard because I mean it's just one of those things that you hope that everything works out for her. And but we have like I tell my sister, you got to be realistic with us too. You don't tell us exactly what the doctor says. Don't. I'm I'm a long ways. I'm like 8 hours away from them, so it's kind of hard. And then I just had heart surgery in December, and then I'm gonna have knee surgery here in a month. Well, yeah, a little over a month.
Yeah.
So, and they told me not to go anywhere because of everything going on. So
And he has to quarantine.
I have to quarantine myself, so I can't leave. I can't go anywhere. So until after, then I don't know what After the surgery, I'm gonna have physical therapy with my knee, and so we'll see what happens after that. Hopefully, we'll see what's going on. But
He got cold. He went into the covers.
huh?
He
He
got
got
cold.
cold. Oh, he went under the covers. He puts himself under the covers, old Zewski. But okay, well, we've been doing pretty good here. We've been at this for 4 hours. Can you believe that time? Boy, time flies when you're having fun. I tell you what,
I didn't feel like it was that long.
I didn't think so. I didn't. We just been having a good time,
Yeah, I feel like it was.
having a great time here. I was only gonna do this for a couple hours. Y'all just don't know how to stop talking. Y'all just talk too much.
Yeah. Blame us.
No weapon formed against her shall prosper. She will be all right. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I. It's hard to see her that way. It's hard to. It's hard to think of her in such pain sometimes. So sometimes I just stay up at night and just think about her. Oh, Dragon, thank you. Yeah, I get up in the morning. I get up early in the morning. I I'm an early riser. Doesn't matter what time I go to sleep, and then there's times that I just drinking my coffee early, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, and just think about her. Just like I used to do when I was overseas. Just think about all my family. I have 7 sisters. I used to have two other. I used to have two brothers. I have one brother. My older brother passed away, but he was a Vietnam veteran. But it's tough to lose a sibling, but it's tough to. She's the youngest of the 7 sisters. Ah, man, I tell you, I don't know. Sometimes you just, sometimes you just don't know which way is up. You know. Sometimes you just. Anyway, you just wanna wish every, every ugly thing away and give everybody good health and not and not and not want anybody to be sick and hurting anymore. You just want people to be happy and well, I do. I want people to be happy and be have peace of mind and you know be themselves. I have a big headed brother that brings himself and dogs over to eat all my food out of my dang refrigerator. A big headed. But you tell that big headed brother quit. Oh man. Oh, the days. I remember the days we used to live close together. I remember, I remember my little brother doing that. They come in like they own the place, and they leave when everything's dry. Oh man, it's crazy, huh? Good times, good times. Yeah, my brother and sister, they all live close to each other. I'm the only one. I live far away from them. I live many hours. But I chose this place because there's a lot of fishing out here. My little brother doesn't fish much. My dad and I used to fish all the time. We were, my dad was an avid fisherman. Uh, he always found time to fish. Uh, I've loved fishing ever since I was a kid with him, my uncles, his brothers. My mom loved fishing, but there toward the end, I mean, she didn't fish much, but you know, my dad and I did. And then I, I knew this place when I was a kid. I mean, you know, I'd come over here. I mean, not over here, but when got older, I'd drive over here, fish over here, and then I'd go back home. It was only about 2 hours away from my uh, birthplace. And then when I retired military, I came to school over here uh, for graphic design. So I met my wife, the old ball and chain. Uh, but she didn't hear that.
I
Anyway,
heard that.
yeah, she didn't hear it.
How many times do
Anyway.
you call me the ball and chain when
Never.
you're in prison? I learned to tune it out. Why is this not? It's because it froze.
Anyway, so I
There
I came over here because and I was gonna go back to my hometown and do a t-shirt design and screen printing and all that other stuff. But I met my wife and I you know decided to make it here. But I told her she's from San Antonio, but her parents moved back over here. She was born and raised in San Antonio, but her parents moved over here, back over here. Uh, so you know, she said, well, my parents live here. I said, well, I said, there's a lot of good fishing here and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? well, we just stick around here. And I said, I'll find a house here and everything. And so that's what we did. We found here, and man, we're here. I love it here. I really enjoy it. It's quiet. It's nice. Uh, I enjoy fishing. I love fishing. I mean, the only thing is that I've had back surgery on this 2017. I had right shoulder surgery on 2018, I think, and then on 2020 I had left shoulder surgery, and then I had heart surgery,
Yeah, we got a lot of
and then I had another heart surgery, and then I mean now I'm gonna get knee surgery. And it's all military, so things that happened when I was in the military that they're just getting to fix. Take some time, I guess. What do you do? Just take it day by day, one day at a time. Anyway, but well, it's getting about that time, people. I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap things up. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun time chatting and talking, and like I said, let me do this on Monday, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, but I'll be doing it in the mornings. I'll start like at 9, either 8 or 9.
You're talking really
No, I'm thinking to myself. Sorry,
low.
I'm thinking probably 8 or 9. Give or take, probably about 8 or 9 our time. This is Central Time, so that means it's in Texas, so this is Central Time. So make sure you look up the
9
time.
Central or 9 or 10 Eastern.
Yeah. So
Converting it to Eastern. Everyone else converts. um,
so if you live in the West Coast,
Because they're 2 hours behind us.
yeah, you're 2 hours behind us.
So that would be
That'd be 8. It'd be 6 o'clock in the
6 in the
morning.
morning.
So if I do it at 9, that's 7 o'clock. If you live in the East Coast,
9 would be 10 o'clock.
yeah, you're 2 hours in front, right?
Yep.
And of course, we're Central. Pacific is what?
Um,
An hour ahead.
we just did that. That was 2 hours
Oh,
behind
that's
us.
2 hours behind. Excuse me. Yeah. So there you go.
Nicole says okay.
Okay, Papa Jojo, you have a good heart. Take care. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Well, obviously, so do you, girl. Take care of yourself, and hope to see you next time. I'm gonna go ahead and close out. Love y'all. Thank you for coming on, and Nicole, thank you for being with us and telling us. Just thank you. Just
Yes.
bless you, girl. God bless you, and take care of yourself. And tell your big-headed brother quit eating all your food, girl. Shoot, tell him no more. I'm just messing with you. Nah, you got a good heart too. Obviously, you give your brother your food and everything. And take care of yourself. Love you, girl. Take care, everybody. Thank you for coming by. Thank you, everybody that came by, checked it out. I appreciate y'all. Everybody, Nicole, Dragon, Red, Dicker. Who else, babe? Anybody I miss?
Diane.
Diane, of course. Diane came by. She's out with her friend watching a movie, taking to eat, doing everything. My lovely wife, thank you. She took over the show for a while. Everybody, as always.
No, I didn't.
I really appreciate y'all. Thank you for everything, people. I love y'all. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming by. Take care of yourselves. Until next time, this is Cup of Jojo, Papa Jojo. Let's chat. Let's talk. Anything, almost anything under the sun. Remember, bye. Have a good one. Until Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, we'll be seeing y'all early morning, 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning Central Time. Love y'all. Till next time, Papa Jojo. I'm out. Where's it tell me, babe?